Oh my goodness, I forgot. I got confused there for a second. Wow. Hello, hello, hello. I am Almantas, former professor, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. And my Vbridger is, being silly. I hope everyone is having a lovely, lovely day. It is Friday over here in New York City. I, yes, yes. So, it is Friday over here on the East Coast, and it is the afternoon. Friday is my favorite day of the week, for the extremely stupid reason that it is when a collection of unmitigated pedantry updates, which always makes me very happy. It's my favorite blog, my favorite blog. And so I am always very happy when that happens. It's fucking freezing. It is pretty cold out there. It is pretty cold out there. I got in a brisk little 6K this afternoon, before stream, which was nice. I always like to get in a run. And it was a kind of funny thing to do that and then come home and I saw that my friend Lady Saffron was doing a Wii Fit stream. Poor Saf. I think at least somebody here knows Saf other than me. Saf's cholesterol is like 320. She has like your cholesterol level is like 320. It's rough stuff. Rough stuff over there for our porcelain lady. But yes. So today is hello Nando. And let me go through and do the hellos quickly. Hello Mura. Hello Seribot. Hello me. Hello Matthew _Rice_Seeker. Hello Mix UAV. Hello Nando, of course. Hello Lunala Rose. Hello Coolio No. And of course hello to all of the lurkers, all of the soon-to-be lurkers, and all of the VOD watchers. I appreciate each and every one of you. And sensational. Sensational is coming here to get a preview on some work. Sensational might be looking at what work I might be brewing up for him in the coming days. Yes, Sen. One of the we'll see what happens here. We'll see what happens here. But it's possible that some of the things done here might come up for you. That said, the main thing is probably going to be the emotes, and I should note that my emote artist is that's Sen. Sen is my model artist. I love working with Sen. And for my emotes, literally all but one of my emotes was by Fenmore. The other emote was by Virgosarian, who is a mutual friend of me and Sybil Cole. I say mutual friend. She's a friend of Sybil Cole that I know via Sybil Cole. Via famous Hellhound VTuber Sybil. And so we'll be going over that. That's probably the biggest thing, is I want to add some. I have a lot of free emote slots. I might actually. I said 4 when I made the list. Yeah, I like Fenmore's. I really like Fenmore's emotes. They're very chunky. They're very like. I like how large and expressive they are. I think I like the style quite a bit. And so I will probably be going to them. And so I actually, because Twitch has increased the number of emote slots pretty considerably, I actually have a lot more space to work with than I thought. I actually have, I was checking the numbers before stream, and it turns out I actually have quite a few more than I expected. So I am probably I might commission more than initially planned, because I believe I'm sitting on like 15 total emotes right now. I've managed to kind of stretch the emotes out a little bit more by doing stuff like, hold on, let's talk about it. Stress and stress. That contrast lets me kind of stretch the emote budget out a little bit more. But so I do not know that I will need to do that. As much. Yeah, so 12 packs. They do 12 packs. Yeah, I like the pain one. I like the pain one a lot. The comfy one gets a lot of use. The comfy one gets an enormous amount of use. Well, let's yeah, I like the raid one. I like the raid one as much as that uses. So like the raid and the tank and the stress and the fire dance, all use the I'll use kind of Twitch's automated emote animations. They all use Twitch. They're Twitch's like built-in animation capability, and so they're I think a little bit jankier than than ones that are like custom GIF made. And so it's not been uploaded to Twitch yet, but the nod emote was made custom. That I use on my Discord. That was made by VexenCat, and so that one will almost certainly get uploaded as one of my animated emote slots. But that will be a moment. That will be after this. That will be after this. I wanted to, because we're also going to do the emote tiers. We're going to also do the emote tiers. In addition to doing the emotes themselves. And just take a look around there. So I'm just fiddling around a little bit with something. Yeah, I think I think that most of my emotes are very good. I mean, if I have a compelling reason to go to another artist, it's kind of interesting to see, I guess, how different people have these different mentalities to these issues. Because to me, it's just like the most intuitive thing on the planet that I would try to use the same artist as much as possible. Because I mean, I don't even know what else to say. Like, of course I would use the same artist as much as possible. That makes it easier. That makes it like a more visually cohesive thing. That makes it more visually coherent. That makes it more easy to kind of like see how they all fit together. That creates like his own unified visual style. And then there's Ronin. I think almost everybody here knows Ronin. The old lady, the old plant. Ronin. She is not currently lurking here. Yeah, so Ronin, let me make sure I actually got the right person. That'd be very funny if I spelled her name wrong after all of that. Yeah, so Ronin's chaos. Ronin, as soon as she sees an emote she likes, she tracks down the artist and commissions from them. So hers are all... No, Ronin did not do mine. Fenris did mine. But Ronin is a fellow streamer who has the opposite philosophy from me. Ronin has the opposite philosophy from me. Ronin does not do coherence to her emotes. Her emotes are just all over the place. Yeah. Let me see. They're just all over the place. Yeah, it's different people have different priorities and different desires for this kind of thing. Yeah, that's the lady. That's the lady. Different people have different priorities and different desires and different needs for what they're getting done. And you know, I particularly like Ronins. So I'm gonna be just doing I'm gonna be spamming somebody else's emotes in my own channel, because I'm really good at this. Because I'm really thoughtful and intelligent, and definitely not just doing promotion for somebody else. Definitely following VTuber law by making this about community and what I actually like instead of about constant self-promotion at all costs. But yes, it might be nice to do a compound one. I hadn't really thought too hard about getting a compound one together, but I do think compound emotes are pretty funny. Who do I have who has good compound emotes? My subs are all over the place right now. What does Rinnie's have? Rinnie's doesn't have any compound ones. Takamura doesn't have any. I've always liked Nagi having these. I've always liked Nagi having those. The two fat snakes shouting. I've always liked that. It seems kind of wasteful to have two different ones that are such similar purposes, but I think it's funny. I think it's quite funny. I support it. I don't really have anybody else who's got particularly who else has do I have anybody else who's got compound ones? Oh, I do have this one. I do have Cali wide. That would be good. A waving one would be good. Waving would be good. That feels like a pretty obvious one. It has an obvious application. Jabroni sub spotted. Hi Space. Hello Space. That's who I was thinking of. That's the one I was trying to find. The squid ones. The squid ones. Gotta support the homie. Space Circus. You were playing something other than Pokemon. I can't believe it. What about the brand? What about the brand, Space? But yes. So my own mod catching strays from me out here by implying that all they do is play that all he does is play Pokemon. It was special. Yeah, that's I don't currently have a Jet subscription, but I feel like Jets has the best emotes. Unfortunately for us, Jets is simply winning. Jets is simply winning this game. Oh no, poor Matthew. I didn't buy it because I knew I wouldn't have anywhere to put it. Yeah, Hera and John Slow and the game specialist. If you're like a real game specialist, you can like really double down on like game assets, which I wonder about the I do worry about like the commercial IP rules about that. Like we know that Hera and John Slow and T90 are not going to get sued by Age of Empires. That's insane. That's not going to happen. But like Jelly Donut has the Nessie plushie from Apex as one of hers. Oh, Halbernacht. What's that first one from? That second one I understand. The second one I understand where the second one's from. But what the heck is that first one? I don't think there's any game that people associate with me enough that they would want an emote of it. I don't think there's any game that would, like, hit that. Oh, I don't currently have a corpse subscription. If somebody has a corpse subscription, give me some ahs. My corpse subscription expired a couple days ago, and I'm lazy. Lula just Neil Breen's face. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, if somebody's got a corpse sub, they can show off the ah. I like the ah. I like corpse ah a lot. And I could do some variation, something like that. Corpse ah. Oh, that's a good. Yeah. I think you should ask him. And I mean, that's a good excuse to get to talk to Randon. That's a good excuse to talk to Randon. Kyoko. Yeah. So I'll let people brainstorm about this. We'll keep brainstorming. It looks like it looks like yeah, it looks like something. Yeah, it looks like there's just something like, I don't know. Sometimes the renderer makes a bad call. I don't know. Sometimes the renderer just makes a bad call. It's Almantas and Hera. What a funny combination to have. That is such a goofy combination to have. I've never quite gotten over that that Hera chose that name. I've just like never quite recovered from that. It's what a choice. But yeah, let's go over to. So let's get warmed up a little bit. Let's get warmed up a little bit more and do some of our quizzes. Hera, how do they know her? Let's do some of our quizzes while people think about their emotes. It's time for the DS. And hello, Grim. Hello, Grim. Pious. I always like to start with pious. That's crap. I am going to play in hard mode. I'm going to play in hard mode. Oh, it can only be. I'm going to play as if it were hard mode. I'm going to play as if it were hard mode. Oh my goodness, Matthew, thank you. Thank you for this. Thank you for the prime. Thank you for the prime. Crane's a really good one. I usually use Crave. For a long time, my starter was Caves, but then I've settled on Pious because it gets more vowels out of the way. I want to get those vowels out of the way. And that's good to me. Is creppy a word? Creppy is a word. Creppy is a word. So we know the P has to be last because there's no CP starter words. That's not a viable combination in English. We don't do that. So it's not going to cleep. What? Cheap. There we go. Cheap. There we go. There we go. Wordle, relatively easy one. Connections, the dumbest one. Excuse me. Oysters, clams, morels are all types of seafoods. Are trumpets a type of seafood? Buttons are a type of mushroom. Morels are a type of mushroom. Are clams a type of mushroom? That doesn't sound right to me. Trumpet is. Kinds of mushrooms. There we go. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Because this would have tricked me as well. Because clam and sole would also be seafood. Sole would also be seafood. I might have done that by accident. And morel's not a type of seafood. I was mixing up with moray. That's what I get for moving too fast. Buck Smacker Clam single, all dollars. Yeah, all $1. And honestly, Nando, oftentimes this one's bullshit, and this one, connection specifically, is very like, is very much like for people with a specific type of background. So like, fairly common ones that they've done repeatedly have been like different types of colleges in the United States, which like is really opaque. Like, even if you are an American, even if you're an educated American, you might not know the Seven Sisters schools off the top of your head, or the Big Ten universities, or the Southwest Conference. You might just like not know these things off the top of your head. So this one's like it's like even more specific than just like knowing English well. Like, there is really kind of no limit to how well you could know English. So let's think about this. Belly Luck Ball Star. No. Hole? Pot. Yep, I thought so. I could feel that one coming. That's a really good performance. 4 guesses and didn't even get and got the yellow last is I'll take it. What the hell is this? What the hell is this? So this is how you can tell that you're looking at something like super duper tiny. Like that you can like see discernible shapes on the borders like this. Low poly countries, so to speak. So like it's not going to be like this is kind of like vaguely Bangladesh shaped, but Bangladesh has it doesn't look like this at the bottom at all, right? So I want to be a European microstate. Is like my first thought. I know it's not going to be Monaco, because Monaco is so tiny, you can see the dock on Monaco. I don't think it's going to be Andorra, because Andorra is basically a circle. It's definitely not going to be Liechtenstein, because Liechtenstein is arguably the funniest shaped country on the entire planet. But what are my options left here? I don't think it's San Marino or the Vatican. Hello, Bibinka Bear. Oh, I meant to tell you, Bibinka. Your on your about page on your Twitch, your Discord link is broken. I was trying to find you to DM you, and usually I find the fastest way to DM somebody is to go to their Discord server and then DM the admin of their own Discord server. But yeah, the link didn't work. I'm actually European microstates or Pacific Islands. It's not going to be Tonga. I almost typed it into my guess into here, because Tonga's circular. Palau's kind of long and stretchy. Vanuatu? Thank you, Matthew. Thank you. Okay, no, we're way off. So it's definitely not Vanuatu. It's not the Seychelles, because the Seychelles is more than one island. This is going to be a bastard, isn't it? Sorry, I shouldn't swear like that. This is going to be a real pain in my neck, isn't it? That's not what Kuwait's shaped like, right? Kuwait has like a straight border with Iraq, doesn't it? It's not Qatar, but I don't actually know what Bahrain is shaped like. I actually just don't know what Bahrain is shaped like at all. No way. No way. No. No, this is some piece of crap in the middle of the Indian Ocean. This... The worst part is that once I saw that it had to be triangulated between Vanuatu and Bahrain, I don't know if anybody here has read John Allison. John Allison's Scary Go Round is one of my favorite webcomics. And there is an arc that takes place on Christmas Island, and there's a tourist map of Christmas Island. And as soon as I was like, oh, this is some piece of crap in the middle of the Indian Ocean, this is going to be a nightmare, the image, the tourist map of Christmas Island from Scary Go Round just flashed into my brain. And I'm small. Thank you, Mora. Thank you! Oh, that is now an easier way to find me, Binka Bear. Yes. Because yes, I there was something I wanted to DM you about. But yes, bonus rounds. Guess a neighbor of. Well, this is a broken atoll. Is this the Maldives? Not that. It's we're in the middle of the Indian Ocean. We're in the middle of the Indian Ocean. Oh my goodness. I don't like being in the middle of the Indian Ocean. I don't like being in the middle of the Indian Ocean. It's the middle of the Indian Ocean. I'm giving up on this one. Cocos Island. That would have taken me forever. That would have taken me absolutely forever. I know it's not Christmas Town. I know it's not Christmas Town. It's named after somebody Christian. Flying Fish Cove, I would have never gotten that. There's just no way. This is so hard mode. Well, okay, this is easy mode. This is easy mode right here. Christmas Island. That's not Christmas Island, because I know how big Christmas Island is. That can't be Christmas Island, because it's not big enough to have a polygonal fort. Lily Beach was a total guess. Well, it's not going to be Micronesia, or Macau. Or Samoa. Azerbaijan. Yeah, I would not have got. They've put this emblem up a couple times before, and I never remember. But I do like that one, and I do like their island. Bichromatic is pretty good. What are the two most English, right? Former English colony, and I'm going to give up. Mandarin. Okay. Okay, I got their the dollar, the Australian dollar. They use the Australian dollar. That's good to learn. That's good to learn. You're tiny. Less than 3 kilometers squared. Dang it. Less than 3,000 kilometers. Okay, I misread it entirely. Like, there's no way it's less than 3 kilometers. There's no way. That's impossible. That reminds me. Flag Doku. Flag Doku. Hello, Hoomter. Hello, Hoomter. Hello, Hoomter. We are doing my quizzes. So we just got done doing a Wordle that I got creamed on for Ferro Alloys, and also, by the way, everybody who's here, just as a reminder, the actual purpose of today is emotes. Emotes redeems lecture topic. I am warming up my brain with some of these fun little quizzes, but that is the actual goal. So here's what I see on this Tradle is. First thing I see up top, 392 million. 392 million is tiny. That is a very small amount of exports. The two largest categories are primaries Ferroalloys, 251 million. So 64% of all of their exports are ferroalloys. That is not much. And then semi-finished iron. And then a lot of mining. Okay, so they do have an electricity surplus. This is a small country with an electricity surplus. That's what I'm getting out of this. Nutmeg, potatoes, perfume plants. Yeah, I do think a wave one's. I think a wave one is kind of like a. That one feels almost that one feels almost mandatory. Flavored water, beer, and water, and fruit juice. Okay. Not a lot of things being told to me by these. Coffee, apples, citrus, cabbages. Okay, so this is not a tropical country. So here's what we figured out. This is a small country. It's non-tropical. What's the smallest European economy? Faroe Allies, yeah, Faroe Allies is going to be stuff like steel. And look, since they've distinguished ferro alloys from semi-finished iron, and it's not under mineral products, that means they're not exporting iron ore. The combination of alloys and steel products and electricity means that this country is basically a steel foundry. This country is functionally a steel foundry. It's producing it's producing vaccines. So this is a relatively developed economy. It was actually pretty developed. Any economy that produces vaccines in meaningful amounts is developed. So this is both tiny and developed, which is an interesting combination. And it's also temperate. It's also temperate. I am thinking that we might have one of the worst case scenarios on our hands. Also, 64% being a single product. You know what 64% being a single product and an industrial product that tells me? Tells me second world. I think we are looking at a former Yugoslav. I think we are fucked. I think we are in the Balkans. It shouldn't be Croatia or Slovenia, because I'm pretty sure that they're going to have more exports. It shouldn't be those. But I think we are fucked. I think we are looking at the Balkans. Yeah, not the Balkans. I might just start with... Montenegro is actually kind of a good choice. I'll start with Montenegro. Oh, no way. We're way off. Not Europe at all. Okay. We're not insulting the Balkans. We are merely lamenting that if I have to do Balkans geography, we do not have enough guesses. Okay. So I still think that we're talking second world. But 6,000 kilometers east of Montenegro, I was thinking about that too, Nando. I was thinking about that too. I think of Indonesia as the nutmeg-producing country. But it does also produce coffee, which is semi-tropical. But it didn't produce any mangoes or other tropical fruits. It produces apples and pears. Apples, pears, potatoes, citrus. This is not a tropical country. Cabbages is actually a big one. Cabbages, it was actually like a big hint to me. I don't think cabbages grow in tropical climates as a rule. I think we are now looking. The thing is, like 6,000 kilometers is like a bit of a challenge for me. I'm thinking that Central Asia or the Caucasus. I'd prefer. I mean, yeah, you can guess as well, because I'm also going to doubt you. That's the thing, Babinka Bear, is that I have a very high opinion of my knowledge of geography and these things, so I will tend to second guess. I'll tend to second guess people's guesses. So it's small. I'm confident that it's not on the Aral Sea because all of the Aral Sea nations are major cotton exporters. So it's not one of the Aral Sea ones. Vaccines, so I think it's former Soviet Union, so I don't think it's... I think it's too small. Yeah, that's the thing, is like... Yeah, it tells you fucking mountains. Fucking mountains. The vaccines, the thing is, like, like, how many things are that much smaller than Armenia? Because Azerbaijan's larger than Armenia. It's definitely not going to be Kazakhstan. Or Uzbekistan. Uzbekistan oil's going to show up, right? Armenia would be wine. That's a good point. That's a really good point. This one does have beer on the list. Let's give Tajikistan. Let's give Tajikistan a shot. Oh, further southeast from Tajikistan. Yeah, that's the thing, is that the distance is the part that throws me. The distance is the part that throws me. I think that the equator's 25? Bhutan's an interesting option. Not impossible. It might actually be Nepal. Because it might be Nepal because it's an electricity exporter, and Nepal is an electricity exporter. It's absolutely not Bangladesh. There's no way it's Bangladesh, because Bangladesh's main export is clothing. Yeah, really bad beer. Gurkha is an awful beer. Let's try Nepal. Okay, Bhutan, good guess. Yeah, yeah. Bhutan, yeah. Wait, Agathos is an American. Why does he care about... Why is he trying to drink Gurkha beer? What is he doing? What is he doing? How do you even get that in the States? What? What are you talking about? Did he live in Nepal? Oh, okay, okay. Okay. Yeah, I do love Bhutan's dragon. I feel dumb. I should have followed your instinct, Humter, because I think 392 does feel way too small for Nepal. This does feel way too small for Nepal, but it feels right for Bhutan. I should have followed your instinct. So you are allowed to do some backseating here, because I'll just second guess you. Now time for the most esoteric one. Time for the most esoteric one. Contains building and contains crown. They're gonna make me work for this one. They're gonna make me absolutely work for this one. Contains buildings and contains crowns. Oh, Bhutan's got an S tier flag. Bhutan and Nepal have two of like the best flags of any country. Absolutely top tier flags. Absolutely top tier flags. Contains crown, contains building. Good gravy. I'm gonna have to think really hard about this one. What are flags that have buildings in them? I think the gold one. I think our gold flag for today is going to be Spain. Does Spain contain text? How many European countries have text? Cambodia, that's a good point. Mongolia also has a building. Kyrgyzstan arguably has a building. I might give that one a test just to see if they count that as a building. Okay, they are counting that as a building for Kyrgyzstan. They are counting that as a building. But If people are wondering what the hell I'm talking about, so let's zoom in here a little bit. So the Kyrgyzstani flag. I'm actually going to look it up in another tab and pull it over. The Kyrgyzstan flag is actually, I actually really like the Kyrgyzstan flag. I actually really, really like the Kyrgyzstan flag. The Kyrgyzstan flag is this. So like, what this thing here in the middle? You see this like cross-hatching thing in the middle? What that's supposed to be is that is the inside of a yurt. If you are inside the interior of a yurt and you look up at the roof of a yurt where there's the hole at the center, where you're looking, there's a hole at the center so that smoke can get through. Yeah, that is what it is. It's super cool. It is so cool. It's so cool. Yeah. Yeah, it's so cool. So, so yeah. Minor Almantas nerd thing is nerd about flags. I have so many things to be a huge nerd about, and that's like one of my more minor ones. Text flags and crown flags. I'm curious about this one. Okay, can I use I can't use historical French flags. I have to look this one up. What the hell is this? There's an organization. Okay, that is not what their flag does not have a crown on it. Oh, let's take a look. Let's take a look. Polish. So that's going to be red, right? Polish, Poland. Only flag I could think of is California because it has a bear. I don't think they allow. Oh, they do allow small. They do allow sub ones. New York. So I can do some awful flags. I can do some awful flags here. I can do some absolutely. I can pull in some nightmare flags here. Do they have Liberian county flags? Oh, yep. We can get away with some crazy stuff here. This one also has a bear on it, by the way. If I'm doing this one right, Krasnodakai, I believe, has a bear. Do they? Oh, they're gonna allow like every. Oh my goodness, they're gonna allow me to get away with a lot of crap here, aren't they? I've always tried to only do national level flags, but like, this one's awful, right? Right, like, I can use one of the worst flags on the planet for some of this crap. I feel like this is hacking. I feel like it's hacking. I feel like I am hacking by using. I feel like using state subnational flags is yeah. I feel like allowing me to use like municipal and state flags is hacking. This feels like hacking. Brazil is less hacking. That's much more reasonable. That is much less insane. What European flag has text on it? Like, that's what I'm wondering. Like, what I'm like thinking about, like, what European flag has text on it? Contains crowns in Europe, Vatican, right? Yep, Vatican. That would have also been good for yellow and contains crown. Contains building is brutal. Contains building is so brutal. Let's go with Cambodia, because that's one of the few ones I'm going to remember off the top of my head. What European flags? Oh yeah, Andorra. Andorra's a good one. I'm really trying to be sparing with Spain, because that's like the one that I'm like, I think Spain is going to apply everywhere. Yeah, Andorra's a good one. No, Andorra doesn't count. That doesn't count it as a building. You bastards. You bastards. Okay, so I'm gonna go with Brazil because that's less cheaty to me. Kyrgyzstan is the actual cool one. Cambodia, I had guessed. I might hang on to Vatican and use it again later. Europeans. Oh, for text. For text. You're right, you're right. When you're right, you're right. When you're right, you're right. I don't think too many of the other ones, like text is like usually like a subnational thing. The text on flags. Red and has text, and I'm trying not to use like state flags because that's just so cheaty. Like every US state has text on it. Like red's not that common for US state flags, but like it's got to be on there. It's got to absolutely be on there. Crowns in Europe. Spain. I'm trying to think about European flags here. San Marino has buildings on it. Nice. San Marino has buildings on it. May as well put Vatican here, because then we get a nice little microstate triplex down here. I think that's cute. I think that is cute. Also has text on it? That's okay, okay. There's something wrong with European microstates. There's something wrong with the European microstates. I'm trying to think, and I'm trying to think about like flags that have crowns on them. I'm trying to think about this, because I feel like it's common, but then I'm like can't remember any. Like, Montenegro. And let's put Spain here. Yep, Spain was the golden one. Spain was the golden one. Spain's on all of them. Everybody, Spain applies to all 9. And then that's because I'm trying to remember what the flag of Portugal looks like. I can't remember what the flag of Portugal looks like. I'm looking it up now. Red and contains text. Christmas colors. Christmas colors. Red, it contains text. The thing is, like, whenever I hear contains text, my brain goes, like, immediately to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Like, that's, like, the flag I think of. It's Saudi Arabia. Is KSA. Does Zimbabwe have text on it? Does Zimbabwe? It does. It does not. KSA on top? No, no, not KSA on top. Not KSA. I hate that I like root for countries like they're Mozambique doesn't. Mozambique doesn't. Okay, I'm like literally looking up flags on the side here because I'm like trying to think about it. Yeah, space has a space program to fuel. Space has got a space program to fuel. Somaliland. Okay, that's a good call. Does Egypt? Yeah. Mozambique does have gun. Egypt does. Egypt does. There we go. There we go. Most used flags: Jamaica, Russia, North Korea. I could not find an excuse to use Jamaica here. I do love using Jamaica. I do love the Jamaican flag. And now it's time. It's time for the big one. It's time for the big one. Yeah, the Egyptian flag is cool as hell. So, the 6 of 7 8. The 6 of 7 8. Okay, huh. Let's think about this for a second. So, it's italicized. It's italicized. So that tells us a couple of things. So the blank of blank blank B-A-T-T-L-E. So even if it B-A-B-A-T-T-L-E. So battle is 6 letters, but if it's a historical battle, if it's like the event itself, it's not going to be italicized like this. The collab of Saffron Almanta. For people who might be new here, Saffron is a good friend. I love Saffron. I hope she gets her cholesterol under control because holy shit. But she and I did a collab a while ago, where we played Crusader Kings 3 and both of our computers died. Like fully died. Like her CPU melted and my power source lit on fire. So, hold on, let me think about this. So I'm trying to think about this conceptually. Yeah, yeah, Babinka Bear. I know that you weren't there for that one, but yeah, it went incredible. It went incredible. So the thing is that this is going to be a movie or book or something along those lines. Is the 655 to a 83. Because yeah, like you look up like the Battle of Pydna, it doesn't italicize it. SUM. Let me check something here. Okay, enter a word. Oh, that's what's going on here. Let's smush it a little bit. Smush it a little bit and smush it this way. There we go. And womp. Okay. Summary? Summary is 7 letters. Synopsis is 8. 1001 and 8 guesses. Excellent. Let's take a... Did I do 101? I haven't done 101. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Let's stick to 103 for the moment. Was between, this is a series of dates. April. Hold on, this is faster actually than April. Statue of Jupiter. The statue, so here's the thing, right, is that this looks like a series of dates, right? But April, probably. 3 digits. 3 digits. Ballad. No. Third paragraph, first sentence. Artist, that's possible, that's possible. The blank of 1 letter, 1 dot, 4 letters. Huh. Well, the thing is, like, this now makes me think of, this looks like that again is driving me towards the classics, which is dangerous. This is dangerous territory for me. The most recent book I finished 2 books this year so far, and one of them was Metropolis and Hinterland, which is a Roman history book. The blank. I'm just gonna check something. The others, yep. I am wondering if it's a statue of Jupiter something. Onetas? No. Palace. This is the problem for me, is that I want to... I always want to go to old... my mind always wanders towards Roman history. When I'm doing the redactyl. My brain in redactyl always wanders towards really old history. Triumph? No. And hold on, there's another. This is a little cheap trick. Where are some things that's not going to allow me to guess? It's not going to allow me to take hints on. Okay, not a lot of places where it's not going to allow me to take hints on. And let's go towards the bottom and see... Because 5 letters was 5... Oh, doesn't tell me very much. C also. C all... a very limited C also. I don't like to spend too much time in the middle because that can be very distracting. It can really lead you astray. Well, that would be the 11 letters here. It has been F-R-A-N-C-E. No. 28th paragraph. Has some interesting sentences. Oh! That is interesting. That is interesting. So that points me towards a book of some kind. Because those sound like aphorisms. Those sound like aphorisms of some kind. This is not going to be in London, right? No, it's not going to be London, because this would 5 letters doesn't make any sense as a follow-up to London. It's not going to be Warsaw, Poland. I don't know why I'm focusing on this one. Maybe it's just because it's controllable. You know, just kind of saying something about my mentality and my approach to things, that I narrow down and focus on the things that I can control at the expense of things that are important. As 6... Okay, so that's not one of the top words. It's probably not temple, because if it was temple... If it was temple, like it would be very weird for temple to not show up anywhere else in the article. It would be very weird for temple to show up nowhere else in the article. But... it might be time to use a hint. Come on! Garbage. Absolute garbage. Infuriating. No. I have to play by the rules. Netherlandish. Okay. Last hint. So... Okay, so this is a painting that they don't have the title to. That did not come with an original title. So it did not come with an original title. So it's going to be a real pain in the neck for me. That's actually Netherlandish. It might be. It might be. Let's put it in there. Yep. Okay. This is by Bosch. This is by Bosch. Okay. I don't need to guess Hieronymus as well. Good call, Babinka. Good call. 4 guesses. Well, I'm on guess number 5 already. I'm on guess number 5 already. You are better than me at this. At least for the thing that I tried to optimize for, which is fewest guesses. Which is fewest guesses. So the 6 of 7, 8. I don't know enough Hieronymus Bosch. This is going to be Garden. Earthly delights. Hooray! Hooray! One of the only Hieronymus Bosch paintings that I that I can name. I would have been in so much trouble if it was anything else by Bosch. The Garden of Earthly Delights is the modern title given to a triptych oil painting on oak panel painted by the early Netherlandish master, Hieronymus Bosch. The between 1490 and 1510, when Bosch was between 40 and 60 years old. Yeah, this tripped me up entirely. I thought this was going to be like 21st April 967. That would have tripped me up so bad. As little is known of Bosch's life, her intentions, interpretations range from admonition to a dire warning to an evocation of ultimate sexual joy. Description. Okay. Okay. So this is a funny thing, right? Is if I had grabbed it, if it was artist, it wasn't a book, they'd use author. That's a good point. That's a good point. If I had used a hint on this word, this would have been a lot less challenge. This would have killed me a lot less. If I'd used the hint on Bosch, this would have been over in like a second. So annoyed about getting given for one of the hints. Matthew says that he got this one in 8s. No, not was it not you? Was I mixed up? Was it Hoomter? I'm sorry, I apologize. You're not that similar of people. You're not that similar. You show up to similar streams, the two of you. Yeah, it was Hoomter. You're not like you show up to similar streams, but you're not actually very similar people aside from that. So I apologize. Hold on, let's see. F-I-R-S-T. Yeah, okay. First war. 4 digits tells me it's not ancient Rome. Yeah, you're an anime girl. Exactly. The first... It's not going to be Greco, it's not going to be Franco. You know, that's the first thing that we all think of. The first Franco-Prussian War. First Anglo-Dutch War, absolutely not. R-U-S-S-I-A-N. Let me just double check that. Russian should be 7 letters, right? Yeah, so it's not Russian. The first something something war. First something something war. Not going to be Italy. Obviously not going to be like... First Vex Almantas war. First something something war. Freaking anti-tank swords. Turkish? Hello, Samjanyas. The context is that we don't have context. We are doing Redactyl, which is a quiz game where you play where you don't have things. You just have redacted Wikipedia articles. This is a redacted Wikipedia article, and it's the first something something war. First 4-letter dash 8-letter war. And what in the world? What in the world would this be? I think we might be looking at African wars. I'm wondering if I am... Kenya, Tanzania. Not gonna be South African. What wars? Chad is going to be Chadian wars. They're going to be Chadian wars. Yeah, it would be Incan. Sometimes they do drop it. Sometimes they do drop it. It's not going to be the Congo Wars. Because those are just always going to be called the Congo Wars. The first Congo War, the second Congo War. Oh, that's actually a good call, Mora. We would normally not use the dash in English, but that doesn't mean that we never do. Right? That doesn't hold on. Damn it! I thought it was gonna be. Damn it! I thought it was gonna be Indo-Pakistan. Fuck. Okay. There we go. One wrong. I should have known. Indo would have been 5. Indo would have been 5. Wait, no, Indo's still 4. Indo-Pakistani, but Pakistani would be 9. Pakistani would be 9. Yeah. Because there's 2 Indo-Pakistani wars. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah, the first Sino-Japanese war is one of those, like, real ruthless stomps of a war. Really absolutely ruthless stomps of a war. Well, yeah, it turns out Japanese. Well, it's this is the 1890s, right? This is the 1890s, and yeah, this one's this is the tail end of the war winds up being kind of interesting because it winds up kind of leading to the Russo-Japanese War in a really goofy-ass way. And that's that, like, Japan kind of jumps in on it because, like, this is what you do to be, like, a proper, like, strong European country, is you conquer, you beat up another power and you take their colonies and stuff like that. And it goes horribly for the Chinese, but it doesn't give the Japanese what they really want, which is recognition by the Europeans. They really want recognition from the other Europeans, and so this kind of does lead to the Russo-Japanese War. And the Russo-Japanese War, I think, of all of the wars of humiliation that happened with China, the Russo-Japanese War is in some ways the most humiliating. Because the Russo-Japanese War is fought between Japan and Russia, as the name suggests. But both of them just kind of decide to fight it on Chinese land, so that they don't, like, have the environmental devastation happening on their own territory. And they are fighting over they are fighting over Port Arthur. Like, that's the main battle of it. That's the main land action, is Port Arthur. Tsushima being obviously the most famous battle from it. I mean, Mura, like, the course of the Russo-Japanese War is that Russia gets completely bodied by Japan. And it leads to, if anything, a kind of bad, a little bit of bad history happening in other parts of the world where people since then have kind of struggled to believe that Russia has ever had a history of military competence, when Russia actually has a pretty decent claim to being, like, the best 18th century military power in Europe. And But yeah, the battles went very poor. The Japanese did extremely poorly, but the Sino-Japanese War, the first Sino-Japanese War, has a similar thing where the um the Chinese forces yeah, Peter the Great did things. The Chinese forces have access to uh similar naval equipment as the Japanese forces, but because the two countries had very different forms of internal military connection, um, the because of they have different concepts of like how to do internal military organization, how they did their military reforms. The Chinese Navy was just massively inferior at gunnery and navigation, and it turns out that those are really important with dreadnoughts. Turns out that the equipment's actually relatively minor if you're not good. The guns aren't very valuable on naval ships if you don't have good gunnery. And then, like, Russia did not have nearly as bad, but the Japanese are still radically better, and vaporized the Russian Navy multiple times. Yeah, that is one of the journey of the Black Sea Fleet is insane. It truly ridiculous military disaster. I will say, Humter, I don't always agree with Joe Kasabian's research. His read of the Congo War, I think, is just wrong, and I think his read of the Austrian military in World War I is deeply misinformed. So I actually get kind of annoyed at Joe Kasabian, but he's the one with the successful podcast about military history, not me. So what am I to do? What am I to do? What am I to do? All right. So I think that's a good warm-up. I apologize if my voice sounds a little bit weird today. My throat's feeling tight. I don't have an explanation for this. I don't feel otherwise sick. But it's time. Oh, geez. And Matthew, I would not want to do it as a military history podcast anyway. If I were to do a history podcast, oh no. Mix, you know how angry I am, which is to say not. Who the heck is Vatavia? Vativia. No, I copied the wrong thing. Copy. And why am I navigating my mouse? What is wrong with me? Oh, this guy. He's the Dark Souls little guy. Okay, this is why I don't give a shit. 5.5 hours on Armored Core 6 story. That's longer than the cutscenes in Armored Core 6. Get out of here. That's silly. That's silly. I'm hoping it's not just all summary, because that's dreadful. That's dreadful. Mix, I can be very yeah, no, you've been mad about this guy before. I just can never remember what his name is because I don't care about Dark Souls lore. So it's all and it's hard for me to like stay mad. Like who? Okay, actually no, that's not true. There are some people I'm really mad at. Napoleon Chagnon. I can stay mad at Napoleon Chagnon. That one, him I can stay mad about. But like I can't even stay mad about what's his name? Shad. Shad even Shad can't keep me angry. Oh. That's fair. I just also know that I'm not going to watch 5.5 hours of bad, wrong. I'm not going to spend 5 hours like watching a video of like pointless media analysis. Like you have to be more interesting than that. Than like I don't know. I don't care. Like, you have to do something. You have to be doing something kind of interesting. Uh, yeah, that's Shad. That's Shad. Mix and Nagi and I have discussed Shad at length. I think the maddest I may have ever seen Nagi is mad about Shad, which is impressive because Nagi is an angry person. So, Nagi's... It is actually kind of funny how many... Okay, so the TLDR for Shad. Shad is an American YouTuber who makes history fantasy adjacent... he's Australian? Wow, I thought he was Mormon. I thought he was Mormon. I guess that tells me how little the Mormon Australian. That's messed up. That's messed up. Yeah, he feels so American. Yeah, his brother's Jazza. So the TLDR on why he sucks is, I know him more for the historical analysis, which is deeply flawed. Deeply flawed historical analysis. Would be the politest way I could put it. He's very strident that all historians and all other reenactors are wrong about how bows were used in medieval warfare. And he's a big asshole about it. And he's very immature in his conflicts with other creators. I know, I actually didn't think at all. I actually stopped paying attention to him before AI art was like a significant factor. He's got a real bad case of I am smarter than the experts. He's got a really bad case of like my commonsensical seeming explanation takes precedence over things that people have spent thousands of hours analyzing. Maybe the videos that I've only watched a couple of his videos. One was interesting, and I didn't find that offensive, where it was like, if fantasy dwarfs were real. So like the given rule is like a fantasy dwarf has human total strength and dexterity, but in a smaller package. That they have smaller limbs, but they still manage to produce the same amount of force. So what kind of weapons should they actually use? And like, whatever. That was fine. That's whatever. And another one was like a thing about castles, which was, I would describe it as 101 level, is what I would say. It was a little bit cringe, because there was a lot of moments where he, like, basically was like, oh yeah, no, like these people who spent hundreds of hours and whose lives depended on being good at designing medieval castles because they might die if they do a bad job. They know less than me, modern guy who doesn't even really have like a military expertise in any meaningful way. Yeah. Doesn't spar and doesn't. Yeah. He's also a very bad writer. Also a very bad writer. Yeah, joke's on you. The way that I changed my YouTube subs was that now that I'm logged in primarily on Almantas VT, I'm subscribed to, like, no channels, is what has happened. I'm subscribed to, like, basically no channels at this point. Yeah, so I will just link to, if you do want to know about, historical equipment, there's a good channel Uh, there's a good channel about historical equipment. Todd's Workshop is extremely good. It's not particularly a HEMA thing. It's not about techniques. Techniques sometimes come up, but he farms out actual technique and expertise to other people. He has a long-going collaboration with an actual longbowman. So Todd's Workshop is good. Todd does more like he builds equipment is what he does. Skull Gladiatory, as far as I can tell, is pretty good. I don't know Jill Barup. Skullgrim, I think, is the one my friend who's into HEMA likes. I should say like into HEMA in the sense like he abstractly likes HEMA. He doesn't actually like do a lot. He's done like a little bit, but it's not like a. He's mostly a BattleTech guy. Robin Swords, okay, nice. Yeah, Todd's is the one that I tend to watch the most because Todd's does, like, very experimental data collection. Todd's Workshop might be the closest thing we have to 21st to like modern Mythbusters. It might be the closest thing to like a modern Mythbusters. He's very focused on like a specific small range of things, but he does like a very Mythbusters style like. I'm going to put this piece of armor in front of ballistic gel and try out different weapons on it. And we'll see what happens to it. And I'll have experts try out weapons on it. Or like I will try out this there's this idea, right? There's this idea for how you would use plumbata. And I'm going to construct some plumbata and I'm going to try out different methods of throwing plumbata and just see what happens. Subscribe to a lot of cats. I'm subscribed to like 3 channels on YouTube at this point. I am subscribed to like so few channels on YouTube. I'm subscribed to like Veilfisk and Super Eye Patch Wolf or something like that, and Saffron. So I'm going to let you see behind the creator dashboard. I'm going to let you see behind the creator dashboard here. This is what I see for emotes. This is what I see for emotes. I have a total of... I'm allowed to have 18... I'm allowed to have 5 follower emotes. I'm allowed to have 5 follower emotes. An additional 18 tier 1 emotes. And an additional 19 animated emotes. And then I get 2 more, another emote for tier 2 and tier 3. And then 3 emotes for bits, which, like... I don't know if you lose these. This is something I don't know. I feel like this is something Mix would know, and if not Mix, then maybe somebody else... Mix is not a VTuber, but Mix knows a lot of like back-end VTuber things. Thank you for the bit. Thank you for the penny. Thank you for the penny, Matthew. Thank you for the pence. It is unlikely for currently 0 viewers. This is something I don't know. This is something I genuinely do not know. They're permanent. Okay, you knew the question I was going to ask. No, Matthew. What the bits tier emotes mean is that if somebody contributes 1,000 bits to me, they get to use this emote permanently. They get access to these emotes forever. I am reasonably sure the most bits used has been by Vexing Cat. I am pretty sure that she is ahead of all of you. Yeah, I can't change the bit symbol, I don't think. I don't know if I can. If I can, that's cool. I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to do it. But let's stop staring behind the scenes because that creeps me out. Yeah, so... Oh, okay, is it cumulative mix or is it one time? That's a question. Is it cumulative or is it one time? Yeah. No, I know that the sub emotes are going to pass like the sands of time. So if somebody buys 10 different history facts at different points, will they get the tier 1, etc.? Or does it have to be, it's cumulative? Okay. So Vex is actually probably pretty close. Because I think she's probably spent like, probably at least like 600, 700, somewhere in that range. Okay. And the bits cut is usually better than the sub cut, so I might actually push for that. So I'm just working in Canva because I'm a scumbag. So here's how I'm thinking. Is that I only get one tier 2 and one tier 3. Actually, let's just go down this, right? Let's go down this and talk about this. So I have Mur, could you explain a little bit more? Because I'm just like my brain just like looking at that, and I'm like, what does that mean? I'm like, I feel like I'm very stupid. Looking at that. Who pays twice as much? Like I want it to be the cut that is good for. My preference is towards the cut that is better for like the. Oh, wait, that's still confusing to me. Because I want it to be the cut that, but like I want the ratio between what the buyer pays and what I get to be as favorable as possible. That is what I am thinking about. You pay, like if somebody's going to spend $5 on me, what is the way that I get the most of that? Because I know the actual answer is Ko-fi. Actually, no, that's wrong. The actual answer is cash. The actual answer is somebody gives me $5 in cash. Somebody walks up to me and just gives me cash is the actual answer. But other than a handful of people, very few of you have the option of just giving me like a dollar, giving me like a $5 bill in person. Yeah, you have minis. That's a pretty good one. Minis also have the advantage of being even more invisible to the taxman than cash. So yeah, there's. I mean, you're one of the people because you are more close to actually living to me and like being able to dox me than the vast majority of people. But anyway, so that doesn't really answer my question of like how much is bits like better. And to be honest, yeah, Mora, it's probably I probably should just rely more on like Patreon or something like that would probably be the better method. That said, we are not. Today is not business strategy day. Today is not business strategy day. Today is rewarding viewers day. Today is not rewarding me day, it's rewarding viewers day. So let's talk about the fun part. The fun part is the art, not the money. The fun part is the art, not the money. So let's talk about emote strategy. So my understanding of how emote strategy works is that follower emotes can be used in my channel but cannot be ported otherwise. Yeah, you're specifically Wande's hostage sub. So my understanding of emote strategy is here's my way of looking at it. The follower emotes are not transportable to other channels. That's my understanding. All of the other ones are. Also, Mura, just you may not want to describe yourself as a hostage sub. That is just kind of hitting me how much that's how much that violates other parts of your character to describe yourself that way. So the subscriber and bit emotes are transportable. I actually don't know about the bit emotes at all because I see them so rarely. And the bit emotes are static, as I understand it. The bit emotes are static, as I understand it. No, it's not that it doesn't sound nice. When you put an adjective, Mora, when you put an adjective in front of sub like that, it makes it sound like a kink thing. That's all. It makes it sound sussy, which I know is not something that you want to sound like. I know that's out of your character. That's something that yeah, that you don't like. Mura does not like that type of engagement. So, yes, sorry. I apologize for pointing these things out to you. But yes. So let's think about this. Am I correct that bit emotes are transportable? It's true, Mix. It's dreadful. The how did it even wind up being that way? Like, I guess that's what happens when the sex education of an entire population is at the mercy of Fujos. I guess that's how that works out. Yeah. I guess because normally straight men shouldn't be learning from BL dojins. Like, that doesn't make a lot of sense. Straight men would not normally learn that way. That would not normally be a source for them. But so here's my thinking, right? Is the bit emotes are going to be relatively rare. The T2 and T3s are going to be extremely rare, right? The T2s and T3s are going to be very, very rare, and are functionally dead zones. I do not currently have myself set up in a way where I am using much T2 and T3. I might never have had a single tier 2 or tier 3 subscriber. I know, in general, I know the T2 and T3s are kind of considered scams. They are mostly used when people are doing partner pushes to trick the partner push. That's true, Mix. That's true. Queer subculture has been subsumed by straight culture at this point, at least, at this very superficial level, due to its omnipresence in fandom communities. As much as shit as places like Tumblr get, most of Twitch's community grew up with this. It's true. I mean, it's absolutely the case. Absolutely the case. I just also think that the number of people who are probably learning about sex from like Mirabelle is probably much higher than it should be. I love Mirabelle, but she is not a educator. She is not a qualified educator, or at least not. Yeah, Mira has excellent taste. Listen, I like Mirabelle a lot, but also, I mostly thought maybe I haven't been watching enough because I've mostly seen her be into tentacles. But anyway, let's digress from there. Let's let's stop making fun of our let's stop yeah, let's stop making fun of the poor German. So here's my thinking, right? Is I actually like Mel. I like Melody. I think Melody's a sweetheart. I think Melody's a sweetheart. I would love to work with her someday. So T1. Yeah, I honestly mix one of the things that the video that me and my friends have passed between each other a couple times is this person who is into asked Iron Mouse, I love your stuff, but I can't show your work to my nephew because like you swear way too much. Is there somebody in V Shoujo that's more kid friendly? And the two answers that Iron Mouse was able to come up with were Hime and Melody. And Hime because Hime doesn't stream. That was so Hime's very safe for work because Hime's never live, but Melody's probably the next most safe for work out of all of V Shoujo. Might not be true anymore. Might not be true. I actually think Melody's generally more than Giga. Yeah, I actually yeah, it's just Hime. It's just because Hime doesn't. It's just because Hime never streams. Nice. Nice. Good for her. Good for her. Good for her. That also makes perfect sense. That makes perfect sense. All right. So thinking about emote strats. I have so many animated slots, and I have so few actual animated emotes. So I should actually talk about... This is the current status. This is the current status of emotes. This is the current status of the emotes. And I will say that looking at this, you guys never use the DMs one. You guys never use this one. I think this one's very funny. I think it's very funny that I am like the worst person at responding to DMs. I literally can see the 9+ on the side of my desktop right now. I have 10 unread DMs. Yeah, that seems to be what's happening. To me, it's whenever I don't respond to something in a timely fashion. That's what I thought that was my intention with it. Which has clearly not been communicated effectively. That's what it was. Was like this motherfucker is not answering my emails. Yeah, I only read DMs when somebody DMs me like 40 times. Yes, it was already something people were making fun of me before I started. Before I got emotes. My poor response rate to DMs. So it's it is an in-joke. It is fundamentally an in-joke. Now, but it appears that people don't really like it, which is fine. This one is another one. So let's go over. So I'm just reviewing them right now. So Neuron is one that I really like, but I am, as I say fairly frequently, a creature of something awful. And this is based on I think a Yotsuba panel. And it's I guess it's just kind of like yeah, it's that one. I thought this would be a good one for using when I'm confused or when I'm missing something. And it's Haruhi. Was it Haruhi? I thought it was older. I thought it was older than Haruhi. I thought it was older than the Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya. but it might not be. I might be wrong. But yeah, it's from an old Forcoma. It's an old. That's fair. No. I mean, Mora, don't even fake apologizing. Don't even fake apologizing. I want actual fucking feedback here. I want emotes that work for people. I want emotes that work for people, that people want to use, that people enjoy. I don't want to have emotes and emote slots that don't see a lot of use. This one was supposed to be like contemplation, this beard stroking one. It doesn't get used very often. It doesn't get used very often, which is fine. Noted gets used fairly often. So the ones that actually get used a lot. Let's talk about the ones that actually get used a lot. Comfy gets used all the time. Tank is used constantly, partially because I use that as the raid message. Tank is, I'm pretty sure, my most used emote. I think Noted is used about as often as I want it to be. Yeah, Mix, that's the thing. That's the thing. I think that's... I like having a beard. I want to emphasize it. I think that me and Fenmore struggled to make it parse coherently. The stress emotes, I think, are very good. It's not my... I use the tank more often. As my raid emote, but that is intended to be used as like the kind of backup raid emote. It's also based on an emote from Something Awful. I may as well pull up the Something Awful smileys so that you people have some understanding of what the hell my internet vocabulary is like. These are the Something Awful smileys, and a lot of them are bad and suck. But some of them are really good. Some of them are phenomenal. So this is where the Teach one is based on. This is where the Teach one's from. This one's very hard to parse out. I made these emotes. All of my emotes are older than Almantas. All of my emotes are older than Almantas. All of my emotes are older than that. What's... This one's so goofy. This one's so freaking goofy. I like the Thermidor one, but yeah, you haven't seen Sock before, Bibinka? Sock. I'm a sock. I'm a sock. Yeah, it's from November. It's from November. Anyway, yeah, expression. Yeah. I love the sock. I love sock. There's a really good I'm gonna go over to Blue Sky and grab it for you, Babinka, because I don't think you saw this one. I don't think you saw this one. Almantas. No, that's not what I want. That's not how I want to search. At Almantas VT. There we go. This is the clip. I like this clip a lot. I like this clip a lot. I like this clip a lot. But yeah. I'm just busy watching my own clip now. I'm just busy watching my own clip now. It's so funny. I'm sorry, I had so much fun with this one. A really funny part of that tournament was that we had a losers bracket at the end, and so like I lost first round. I got kicked out immediately. And so like we all just went to the loser chat and we just hung out in the loser chat. What everybody was asking for the information on where the sock model came from. And so like I get a DM in the morning afterwards from Saffron being like, why the fuck am I being followed by like 10 more VTubers who all follow you? What happened? And it was, yeah, that's what happened. That's what happened, was everybody looked at the sock and was like, I love this. So yeah, Lady Saffron does sock puppets. You should be able to get them now. She paused for a minute because of finals week, but it should be good now. She should be good now. Yeah, I love Saf. I love Saf. She doesn't have a blue sky, annoyingly. Lady Saffron VT. Also, everyone send Saffron your thoughts and prayers because her, oh my god, her cholesterol's 320. She's like 20 years old and has a cholesterol that's 320. It's ooh. It's okay to talk about because she put up the medical information on her stream this morning. Yeah, like oh my goodness. Yeah, like exactly. Like how? And fun other piece of Lady Saffron lore, she has the same wrist size as me. No idea how that happened. R.I.P. Mura. R.I.P. I guess you just gotta drink cold tea. You gotta drink cold tea. So, my hypothesis is that I need to make more animated emotes, because these are all Twitch automated emotes, right? These were all made by Twitch. Yeah. Oh, let me get that out of that window. Yep. Poor Saf. And it was really funny to compare because I see. So let's go talk. Mako has such bad cardio. Oh my goodness. Mako's cardio is atrocious. It is actually possible that I have like some of the best cardio out of any VTuber and I'm not that good. Just because the standards are so low. Just like, oh my goodness. The standards are so poor for because like I'm pretty sure I out cardio Alpine, who is the only VTuber who I'm confident is in generally better shape than me. There's probably some other ones who are like in somewhat better. Yeah, I can believe that I'm not even that good. I'm not even that good. Like I ran 7 kilometers this morning in like 40 minutes, which is like not that good. Oh, okay, understood, Mura. Maybe. That's true. And I mean, Nagi's been on a gym rat arc these days. But like the other VTubers I know who are into fitness are usually like, it's almost always lifting. It's always lifting. So like Alpine absolutely can outlift the hell out of me. That's not in question. Alpine is absolutely like much stronger than me. I don't have any doubt about that. I mean, I know people in my Discord server who have better cardio than me. You know, Emperor's Armpits has better cardio than me. Nice. I have an idea that this is like a pre announcement because I need to get in better shape for it. I have a plan to do a marathon-a-thon where I will run a marathon while streaming. Okay, all right. Sounds good to me. Sounds good to me. It's not suffering. I like working out, Mura. I like working out. I'm not going to do squats because I've already run today. I am going to do push-ups. I'm going to do push-ups. We're doing 10. We're going to do 10 diamonds. I'm feeling diamond. 10 diamonds. Coming right up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. If anything, I should make that redeem cheaper because I actually don't mind it at all. The fact that it's on a 10-minute timer is probably good enough. I mean, cardio is the most important if you ask me. Hello, Karatsun. Hello, Karatsun. Welcome in. It's been a minute. Good to see you. It's been a minute. Yeah, probably around 1K. I chose, other than the small and tall, I mostly chose the point redeems based on historical dates, and 1796 is a big one. I just kind of chose it because I like that one. Been working a lot. I mean, Christmas season, a lot of us are very busy. So, let's think about this. What are some other ones? So, loading, right? So, loading / dump is one that we want, right? This one. So we want a loading... So let's think about some of the emotes that people have wanted here. Waving. What are some of the other ones that people have said? Waving feels like an obvious one. Waving might be a little bit tricky with the way that Fenris makes emotes because he makes them pretty like he makes the heads huge. So yeah, waving is a good one. Oh, Vex doesn't have her wave on Twitch. I'm not sure about that one, but I'll put it in. I've got a lot of slots, right? I'm probably going to get 12. Nodders is going to get done. Nodders is actually already exists. I just need to upload it. But if you're on my Discord, you've seen... Nope. You've seen the Nodders. Unlock. But... Group. I like that one a lot. Bonk. I do have dead. I do have dead, Mora, but I just need to. I'm gonna reduce it. Laughing. Okay, that's a good point. that's a good point. Let me add a little text box here. I don't quite know why it's not renamed to Woe already, because that's what it's based on. That's the one that's based on. So the nodders, I really want to have. Laughing is. Let's start condensing these a little bit, right? Move you guys up. Move you guys up. And actually, you know what? Because we're going to run out of space very quickly here. We're going to really run out of space really, really badly. Shrink those all a bit. Okay. And move you up here. And sorry, I'm just I swear I'm still thinking. I'm just not looking at chat right now. This is going to drive me insane if I don't do this. So there we go. We do have a mascot. There is a mascot. There is a mascot. Moth. Yeah, the moth. I should have done that this morning, but I needed to run. I absolutely, like, in the sense, like, as I mentioned. Also, hello, Vex. Hello, Vex. Hello, Vex. Always so good to see you. So Vex did make the has made a Nodders emote, but it is I haven't uploaded it to Twitch yet. Work. It's a shame that you're not Kirill, because the work, the Kirill work. Or is that a suggestion? Was that a suggestion? So I do have death. So here's something that I've been thinking about is when I fuck up, when I make a mistake, how would you want to make fun? Like, how would we convey that? How do we convey that? Because I make a lot of silly mistakes on stream. I am bad at games. We all know this. We all know this. Sob, I definitely want to. I want to move into a lower tier. Putting this at on a high tier is awful. It should be at a lower tier. So this one's just gonna get re-tiered. You want the yelling? Do I? I don't feel like I yell very much, though. Is the thing. Like, laughing is a good one. Laughing is a good one. Let's see. Waving / greeting. I should. Because the thing is, like, this salute one kind of looks like, kind of looks like a wave, but I don't think it works like that, right? It's too serious. It's not like a friendly hello. It's not a friendly hello. Group. Group. So Nodders is already made. So we've got 4. We're at 4 out of 12. Even if, let's think about this. I do kind of have that one. That was actually kind of the base for this one. Yeah, that's exactly it, Mix. That's exactly it. It's more like a affirming vibe, or like a. It's also kind of a good, like, it's also good for like a sinking ship kind of moment. It's more of a goodbye than a hello. So it's definitely not. It's definitely not appropriate for that one. It's definitely not appropriate for those purposes. Yeah, definitely got the sinking ship. Yeah. I'm trying to. I'm going. Yeah, I've got. Well, the thing is, like, I want it to also be like something that's distinctive. However, it's I've got enough slots that I can have some ones that are not very distinctive. I think the tank is already super distinctive. The tank is super duper distinctive, and my comfy seems unmatched. I do feel like a lot of Rinnies are good comparison points, but as I've said before, you know, Jets is the big one, right? Jets is the unbeatable. The unbeatable. Alright, so let's... what are some other ones? So we've got a wave/greeting one. That's a really good idea. Jets is unstoppable. Jets has the best ones. It's a... If this was an evolutionary scenario, nobody else would have emotes left anymore. If evolutionary rules were in play, we would all be dead. There would be no emotes. There would just be jets. There would just be jetpack. But that's not how this works at all. Because, yeah. But yeah, terrifying. Jets' skills are terrifying. Oh no, I'm causing other people to make money. No. Pastel? Oh, that's an interesting one. That is an interesting one coming from you, Mura. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Thank you for the gift sub. That was not my intention. That was not my intention, but thank you very much, Mix. You're very generous and very kind. Very generous and very kind. Okay, so... what's a good use for an extended? Yeah, that's actually a good point. That's a good point. Especially given how much I am the hydrated. How good I am at hydrating. I think my most non-obvious character trait is that I don't actually drink very much tea. Ugh. I think people expect me to drink a lot more tea than I actually do. Oh. But, and Ink Moon Arts, thank you for the follow. Ooh, that's a funny one. That's a funny choice. That's a funny one. It's stroking my beard. It's me stroking my beard. It just doesn't scan very well, unfortunately. I think it's just like, me and Fenmore couldn't get it to scan properly. But it's supposed to be like stroking my beard. Seam chest is a very funny one. Especially because, unlike a seam, I have a lot of chest hair. Yes, welcome in, Inkmoon. Welcome in, Inkmoon. It's good to meet you. It's good to meet you. We are going over so I had a subathon in November and one of the rewards was that people would get to choose new emotes for me. Well, it was going to be a new emotes. And we are working on that right now. So this is a redeem from back then. So we are currently just writing new ones in. my emote artist has a discount for 12 packs. Reading is a good choice. That's a good point. That's a good point. That's a really good point. That's a really good point. God, I don't think I'm going to manage to pull off a book a day for the rest of 2025, but I have done 2 books in I already did 2 books in the first 2 days. So, I don't think I'll be able to keep that up, but I don't really want to keep that up, but it is very funny to have even pulled that off at all. And yeah, laughing is a good one. Laughing is a really good one. So it's... I think I need to work on my rigging on this one. I don't think my rigging can convey this, but I do bite my lip a lot. That's like my concentration face. Yeah, like it doesn't show up at all. Oh, right. No, somebody said sock. Sock. Yeah, that's a good point, Mix. Yes. So I am mostly asking, like that's a lot of what I'm trying to do right now, right? Is I'm trying to figure out what people want to convey that they're not feeling empowered to convey. That's kind of where I'm at on this. That's kind of where I'm at on this. No, not luck. I want you grouped, though. Laughing is a very good one. Fuckboy Montas is kind of... Actually, I actually kind of fuck with this one, Mura. I'm actually kind of into this. I can even... I even have a mental image of it in my head, Mura. You didn't mean to do it, but you caused it. I've already... It's already there. Other people can imagine it, right? Right? Like, other people, I'm going to call it... But Mura, like, you can see it in your mind, right? You can see an emote of me with a rose, holding a rose sideways between my lips. But yeah, Gendo. Right, no, it's perfect. Mura, this is brilliant. Thank you, Mura. You've made a huge contribution here. I'll be sure to attribute it to you in the future. Yeah. Yeah. More rolling snake eyes in Disco Elysium, logic failure, logic simple failure. It's kind of... it didn't really hit me until now that I do kind of have Gendo beard. Yeah, I do kind of have Gendo beard. The chin strap. Like, that wasn't intentional, because we were going for Uncle Iroh, who also does the chin strap. I think the chin strap was mostly just because of, like, lips. I think was the main reason why. Either that or just Argentinians don't have as many mustaches. Well, see, I don't feel like Gendo particularly has fuckboy energy, because fuckboy tends to imply promiscuity. Whereas, like, Gendo's thing is, like, he's the wife guy. Like, he's like the most wife guy a guy has ever been. Like, even Gilgamesh isn't as much of a wife guy as Gendo Ikari. Gendo, like, is there a more wife guy than Gendo Ikari? He misses his wife. He misses his wife so much. Jules, I'm going to put you on the spot here. I'm putting you on the spot here. What is, because I think that you're going to have an incredible idea. What is a type of emote that you think belongs on my channel that doesn't exist yet? Because I know Jules is one of the great watchers of VTubers, and he's super smart. So I respect your opinion a lot, Jules. Okay, I'll let you think. I'll let you cook. Absolutely give Jules the mic. Absolutely give Jules. I'm letting you cook. I'm letting you cook. You get to do your thing. The sock is extremely funny. The romantic is my favorite one out of these so far. The romantic is my favorite one out of these. Sock is extremely good, and I think that that's one I can probably do. Sock might even be a freebie. Because, and in fact, I'm going to like use a different coloring to indicate this. This might be a little bit subtle, but that's fine for my purposes. Sock and Nodders are kind of freebies, because I think I can do the sock myself. I think I can do sock Almantas myself. I think I can do sock Almantas myself. So. Let me see. I like to have some really original ones. Tank has been the big one. Tank has been the really big one. I'm also going to point out that a lot of my inspiration for emotes was specifically. I have that. Which is funny because I don't use a quill in real life. I would never use a quill in real life because they're not vegan. But a significant inspiration for several of my emotes, notably the tank, was from Omega Strikers specifically. I only just noticed that Julie rips the controls out of her own tank. I like that. She has damaged her tank. But yeah, like this was one this is from this one, from the Starry-Eyed Juno. One of my favorite emotes from Omega Strikers that I don't have anything similar to. I don't even know if it would work. I don't know if it would convey anything or be used. I was an Era main for a while. Oh yeah, that's actually one that we don't have. That's actually one that we don't have. That's one we don't have. Tap. We don't have tap/bongo. We also don't have dance. We also don't have a dance. Does somebody is there a Clavio sub in here? Does somebody have Clavio? If somebody has Clavio, Clavio has the dance emote that's the best one for me, I think. If so, hello, George Chungus. Good to see you, George. Yeah, that's a pretty good one. I think though that Clavio dance is the right dance, like the right type of dance for me. Yeah, George Chungus. I can't believe this is the first time. I'm assuming Oh. I think it would be extremely funny for me to have the me dance. Oh, pop is a good one. Pop is a good one. Pop is a good one. I don't know if that's going to be at the top of the priority, but I think that's a good choice. I know, right? Why isn't copy paste working? Blankies would probably work pretty well, but hold on. So hold on. Pop. Dance. Oh, that's what's going on with this. Okay, okay. I was like, what is happening? Why is this resizing awkwardly? Sorry, I just am briefly driven nuts. So my animated so far, my animated emotes so far, George, have been done via, all of my animated emotes I currently have were done via the automated form. I do have a non-automated, Nodders emote that was made by, Vex. The queen of the writing one. The queen of the writing category. I do think that the... Let's take a look here. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, we are up to 12. We are actually up to 12. We will talk later? Okay, okay, George. I don't want to be presumptuous, but like we've talked before, George, right? I'm not like losing my mind. Like you like I feel like I know you. Cabbage reference? I'm sorry. This one I'm so happy about. I'm sorry that it is. I'm sorry that you hate it so. Actually, no. I love that you hate it so much, Mura. I love that you hate it so much. It makes me very happy. Evil? There's evil. Evil as an option. Evil as an option. Vex, when did you get that one? People will make a fuss about my thighs, so it doesn't feel, You've activated Mora. You've activated Mora. Mora didn't understand why I thought that was a surprising one for her to bring out. Yeah, I do have a facepalm. It doesn't get used very often that way. It doesn't get used super often that way. It could be used that way. Oh, that's not a bad one. That's not a bad one. I am not surprised by lesbians. I am surprised by you being open about anything that you're actually interested in that fashion. Oh, facepalm might be the better way to do it. Yeah, that's actually a good call. That's a good call. That's a good call. Yeah, stretch you out a little bit. That's a good call. That's a very good call. Point. Pointing? Yeah. Let me go over to Alpine's channel for a second. That's a really good one, George. That one's really that one I like a lot. That one I like a lot. Let's pop out chat. No, I'm trying to look at his freaking chat so I can look at his emotes. Alpine. No, Alpines don't make a lot of sense for me. Alpines don't make a lot of sense to me. Alpines don't make a lot of sense to me. I do like the idea of doing an extended one. Of doing one of those extended ones. Oh, that's a good call, Mura. That's a good call. Snake Mon. Oh, actually, I do like that one, Jules. I do like that one, Jules. I do like that one. Yeah. Oh, hold on. I'll wait. Snake P. Hold on. Long sock. And so the actually might overlap a little bit with the Gendo kind of effects. Like it does feel like that might overlap pretty hard. Long sock's tricky because my sock is very vertical. My sock emote is very vertical. And how would that work? How would that work? Don't say what? Vertical? I'll let Mura explain herself. It turns out this is actually a pretty good point for me to take a bathroom break. So I will be back in a few moments. I have updated the fan gallery. It is no longer 34. It is now 50. There are now 50 things in the fan art gallery. And I'm back, and I'm back, and I'm back. Sorry, EG. Sorry, EG. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I know what you're doing, EG, because I was watching you, and I was orbing you. People should check out EG. People should check out EG. EG is a delight. They are a wonderful 3D artist who does just wonderful, wonderful stuff. I adore their work. They've actually done some fan art of me. They did fan art of me as a Nomai from because I played Echoes of the Eye from Outer Wilds. From Outer Wilds. There we go. That was the word I was looking for. Outer Wilds. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Raiders. I am Almantas, former professor, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. And on that note, hello, Rairaku Mushi. Hello, alive_2_thrive. Hello, Jade's Workshop. Hello, Ambrosia Honeypot. Hello, EG. Hello, Handion. Hello, Little Bear Toy. Hello, of course, to Cable_Aoi00. I think I have caught up, and obviously hello to... I believe I've caught up. I believe... EG is very smart, and so, today, is a... And hello, Gobsu22. Hello. So, I am doing a... I just realized that there's a bug in my, on my UI that I need to fix. But yes, so in November, I did a subathon, and one of the subathon rewards was picking new emotes. Absolutely, please, EG. I know this is how we do things. If you have an idea, though, if you have an idea for an emote that you think I should have or redeem, you have very creative redeems in particular. So I will take your feedback seriously. So one of the rewards was that that chat would pick new emotes for me. And so, well, got DreamWorks face. Would pick new emotes for me. And so we are going through... You can see what my current emote status is. I can actually scroll up and make it a little bit easier. So this is what my emotes look like right now. This is my set of emotes right now. And these are the ones that I am working on, that we are talking about as new ones coming in. Because I have a lot of slots that I'm not using, right? I have a ton of slots I'm not using. And so far, it's worth saying that a couple of these... two of these are pretty much free from my consideration. One of them was already made, and one of them should be pretty easy to make. One's one that I think I can make. Oh, look, Flex is not bad. Yeah, Flex is not bad. Flex is not bad, because I am one of the few VTubers who doesn't have trouble working out. Flex is not a bad one. Hold on, I had an evil idea while I was up. Shit, what was it? So long sock is a really good one. What was the I had a very evil idea while I was up. Something that would... I think this one might be too much of... Aoine, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. This one might be a little bit much of a in-joke. But I'm gonna put it down on the off chance that it at least makes a couple of people laugh. Flex is not a bad choice. Long sock is such a good one. Flex. Hmm. Flex is a good one. I'm sorry. Some of these are making me laugh. I'm just laughing thinking about some of these. We haven't even made them yet, and I'm already deeply amused by doing the by the me dance. That's already really amusing me. Oh yeah. Oh, spin's kind of a good one. Spin's a good one. Spin's a good one. I say it all the time. I think that the single greatest victory in branding and naming emotes goes to Meat. I think that Meat has actually won. Has actually won that one, just as Jets has won the mascot, the race to make the best mascot. Meat won the best named emote in the entire all of Twitch. Yeah, rotation detected, exactly. Exactly. Mm. Oh, that's actually a really good point. That's a really good point. That's a really good one. Okay, everybody who knows, go get your spins in. That's actually really good. Though that might be. Why are you like this? Almantas. Hold on, I'm gonna go get into my spins. Kari. There we go. There's Kari. Misspelled one of my best friend's names, like a dingus. There we go. There we go. Went and gave the shrimp a spin. I went to take a brief excursion to give the shrimp a spin. I should figure out. I should ask her how she's done that. So I can do that. Bean. And let's think about this. Let's think about this. I'm not sure about the evil. I do kind of like it. But I've already got Gendo, which is already pretty evil. So there might be some consolidation happening here. There might be some consolidation happening here. I don't have any use for this. I don't have any use for this one. This one means nothing, from my perspective. I mean, it's good. It's really good for glitch. I don't know if it's good for me. Uranium. Let's give Easy Egg some props for properly knowing that Cherenkov radiation is going to be blue, even though uranium itself will generally be green, but Cherenkov radiation is going to be blue, not green. Contrary to popular expectations. Radium is going to be green as heck. But the stronger forms of radiation are going to be blue. Alright, let's think about this. Chest is really funny. Long sock I might be able to do on my own. That one might not I don't know how to make I haven't made animated GIFs in a long time, but I might be able to do it. Off of those. Might be able to do it off of those. I think I'm gonna have to consolidate these a little bit. Yes, it would, Mora. Yes, it would. So hold on. Let's group some of these to make sure I don't lose track of them. Okay, so now we get into the messy part. Now we get into the messy part. Now we get into the messy part. Okay. No, hold on. I need these locked. So I don't accidentally grab them. They're okay, they are locked. No! Get away. Get away. Get away. Okay, so. Nope. Lock you. Lock. Lock. I didn't independently lock them. That's annoying. Lock. And lock. Okay, so let's think about this. So, I can only have 5 follower emotes. And let's start moving ones that don't get used very much. You're almost never used. Comfy needs to stay. Comfy absolutely needs to stay. I can't... That one's not going anywhere. It feels insane to move Comfy out of follower. This one... You're very underused, so... You're very underused. Put you guys off here. The jail of underused emotes. Hydrate can be a follower. I mean, as you all know, Hydrate for me is an extraordinarily expensive redeem. Should Stress say on a follower? Yeah, Sippy Mantas. Exactly. Sippido. Well, actually, let's get back. Let's actually deal with the most important thing, which is organizing this so that it doesn't look like completely like chaos. I think Stress should stay on follower. High, that's a really good one. High should be on follower. Let's pull you down here. That's a really good point. The waving should be follower. Sipido. Just gotta. This one I love so much. It's got to be in tier 1. There's no way. This one's amazing. This is like this might be my favorite one we come up with. Is that one? Yeah, that's a good. That's like a lot of my logic. That's a lot of my logic. Yeah, exactly. 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 Also, again, is anybody here a Clavian? Is anybody here a Clavian? Because if somebody has access to the Clavia dance emote, I'd like that one to. To some extent, this is a dead zone over here anyway. Long sock, I think, is pretty executable. Sock feels like a T1, right? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, that's why I feel like romantic and sock belong there pretty strongly. People don't use this nearly as much as I expected. I really expected this one to be used a lot. It does not wind up being used a lot. Blush shows up a lot in my usage statistics, and I think it's 90% me. I use the blush emote a lot, especially in other people's chat. If somebody says something nice to me in somebody else's chat, I almost always use the blush emote. So I actually use it a lot. I do. I do. Yeah, see, right? Jules, like, right? Exactly. Like, that, like, I am way too much of a dork to dance normally. That's a good point, Mix. So that might be a case for pushing the... Oh, okay, if other people use it outside of channel, that's actually the ideal case. I'm not going to lie, like, the cynic in me is like, oh, if other people are using it outside of channel, that's actually the ideal. Because I want to be like a form of advertising. That's like the cynical best ideal. As long as it's getting use. As long as it's getting use, I'm happy. I was about to wonder if I should be putting it into like T2 or something like that, so that like I can use it, but nobody else has to worry about it. Oh, that's very sweet of you to say, Mora. Especially after you said how much you like. Unsurprisingly, my blush is based very much on my Oshi. I very much based it on my Oshi. But yeah, to the thing that Jules said, like, I am just way too much of a dork to dance like in a way that's remotely cool. So the Clavy dance is like perfect. The other dance that would be really good would of course be the me dance, because that's just so funny. That's just so funny, and it would be such torment for Mura, among other people. Oh. As soon as I even think about flossing, my back hurts. Hello, Tohu Bohu. Hello, Tohu Bohu. I'm glad. I am glad. I am glad. Everybody tell Tohu Bohu to get better. Everyone give Tohu Bohu some well wishes. Yeah, but like the literal most specific weak point of my body is like 3 vertebrae above my hips. Like, that's like absolutely the weakest part of my body. I have pulled my back taking a step. No. We are not done. We are still coordinating. If you have suggestions, I'll take them. If you have suggestions, I'll take them. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. I am actually shocked that nobody said head pat. Actually kind of shocked by that one. Bark doesn't feel appropriate. Bark doesn't feel like it's got my vibe. I know you want head pat. I'm shocked you didn't suggest it already. I am shocked you didn't suggest it already. I do need to... we do have a mascot design, I just need to get it made. No. I just didn't do it. I just haven't done it yet. Squish. So I don't feel like there's a lot of work to be done as a group on the mascot. So let me go grab the mascot design in case anybody hasn't seen it. If nobody knows what I'm talking about. We don't have a Almantas emote. I'm pretty sure I can make it myself. Oh, I definitely don't. I don't parse that as squish. I parse that as choke. When you said squish, I thought this. That's what I thought. Those are the ones I think of as squish. Yeah, I think that those grab ones as like choking. Sorry, I'm just being a little fuss budget about something that doesn't really matter. I mean, I in general I read the in general I assume the read on the grab ones is well, not what you're going for. Yeah, again, people don't really talk much about me as a... Oh, Wheeze is not a bad one. We do have laughing and, maybe do that as a Wheeze? Maybe do that as a Wheeze? Choking Nessie? I'm guessing that person's a fan of, an Apexer. Obviously, Tank has to stay. Obviously, Tank is the most important one to keep on here. Let's... I kind of like Almantas. I do like this Almantas. I do like this Almantas. We gotta do chest, right? We gotta do chest. That's a very dumb one. Nub. Nub is an option. And Nub would be very easy. Nub I could do myself. Nub's a freebie. Oh yeah, no, I forgot I didn't finish my thought at all. I did not finish my thought at all. There we go. Unmessed up my model. So I have permission to do this one. I do have commercial permission for this one. So this is the idea for the mascot. It's a kind of owl cat moth hybrid. It's just super cute. People have drawn it. People have already incorporated it into fan art a couple of times. I adore it. And I think it's very coherent for my branding. And so let me grab a piece of fan art. Oh, you know, wow, you haven't? Yeah. This is a fan art. Oh, interesting. I just realized I've got a little bit of I've got a rectification problem on my data side. I have created a data cleaning problem for myself. Which is fine. Data cleaning is one of the problems I worry about the least. So Pina included it up here in this fan art of me that I really liked from the fan art contest in September. Yeah, big eyes, round face. It works really well. I'm into it. So that's probably what I'm going, and it matches my palette in a very nice way, in a very pleasing way. So yeah, so I just need to get I even have an artist picked out. I just need to calm them. Let's pointing up here, Gendo, I think. Does reading need to be... Should reading be animated or not? Yeah, well, now we're doing the re-tiering right now. We're doing re-tiering. I think I think reading as an animated emote's actually a really... I like the idea of the reading as an animated emote. Hold on, I'm making my life really hard here. I'm gonna try to make it less hard. There we go. Okay. You think reading should be under static? Well, I'm not in danger of running out of animated slots. I've got so many animated slots. Oh, Tohu, you watch CC? I've known you, right? I've seen you in CC's Jazz. Is that how I know you from? Hell yeah, love CC. One of my favorites. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I love CC. I need to do another thing with her. Okay. I'm sorry, I don't like to check DMs during... Oh, okay. I see it. So here's a question. We've got stress in follower emotes. Should it be out of follower? I'm gonna move it out for the moment. And let's compress that down a little bit. Okay, and yeah, people don't use it very often. Oh, yeah, it is. It's there. This should be, I'm pretty sure this is follower, right? That's a follow emote, right? Yep. That one's sticking there. Noted, I think, should probably stick. Waving should definitely be in follower. Not convinced about eating and drinking. Yeah, the facepalm's been moved. Facepalm's been moved out. I think facepalm... Stress I might just not even bother. But you can't put... I don't think you can put animated in... I don't think you can put animated in follower. Can you? Yeah, I didn't think so. Whoop. Which is a shame, because I would want to put... I would probably put tank in there if I could. I love the tank so much, I would consider that. Okay, so these... How strong do people feel about noted? Yeah, that's what we've been doing with stress, but then people don't end up using it very often. The bigger priority with follower is that it should be emotes that like are very accessible, that people don't need to know a lot about my vibe to understand them. That they're like simple on-ramps. Noted. Okay, noted was the one I was less sure about. Comfy absolutely has to stay as a follower emote. There's just no way. Should bed go to follower? That's a good point. We already have comfy. That's a good point. That's a good point. That's what I was wondering. I was like, it feels a bit like a double down. It does feel a bit like a double down. Well, actually, this is one of those things I've always been confused about. Like, it's like a technical question, like an actual technical confusion I have. Do follower... You can't... When you raid out with follower emotes, Oh, also, sorry, Aziza. Hello, Aziza. Sorry, I saw the purple and I thought you were Tohu for a second. Aziza and I was actually on Aziza's earlier this morning playing Marvel Rivals with her. Aziza is my VTuber sister. My little sister in the VTubing world. So, yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, follower cannot be used outside unless the person has subbed. Oh, okay, that's a good point. That's a good point, Tohu. So yeah, I use the, for raid messages, what I've typically used is this guy for people who aren't subbed. That's a good point, Tohu. That's a good point. So, I might want to keep that in mind when I'm looking at how many T1 statics I'm using, because it's, so I might want to duplicate all of them over. Okay, so we've got 3 followers that feel really clear to me. We've got 3 follower ones that feel really, really clear to me. Tohu suggested reading, which I'm... Oh, hold on. I didn't get an alert at all that anything got mod checked. Oh, I know I did. I know I did. That's why. Yeah. That's why. It's because it's a script thing. Oh, that's a good point. No, so Tohu, that's what like bots coming through. I do use Ronin Love a lot. That feels like it might be a follower one. That one feels like a good follower one. Yeah, we've been taught. We've got a dance one as an option. It's a question of like which dance. Which dance? I mean, Murray, you already had an epiphany. You already had an epiphany this time. You've already been struck. Oh, yeah, I don't know how that would be conveyed. I don't know how that would be conveyed. Uh... 3 a.m. brain cells. Oh. Okay. Hmm. But yes. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're up to 11 T1 animated. Aziza, your brain cells. Time is invisible to your brain cells. Time is invisible to your brain cells. You go whatever excuse. You get whatever excuse. Probably more to the point. Aziza has diachronic sleep. Was it diachronic or is it just anachronic? Is it anachronic? Mocking laugh? I don't know how much I do that. I don't know how much I do that. I don't know how much I mocking laugh. We do want the laughing. I think we can probably do a static laughing one. I think we can do a static laughing one. Loading. There's a couple of confusion ones. Yeah, so there's this is confusion. This is already confusion. Which I may want to rename it to. But I think it might not be communicated well because people don't use it often. Oh yeah, like VV finger guns. VV finger guns. VV finger guns. It's the mixes is because we're old. This is because we're old. To me, it's parses completely obviously as confusion. Like it doesn't parse as anything else. I can't. It would never occur to me there's anything else other than confusion. Yeah. Yeah, finger guns. I don't know if I want to do it the VV style or the Ronin style. The Ronin style is very smooth. I mostly think of him as bisexual, but sure, I guess they're old man now. If Ronin's doing them, they're pretty old. If Ronin's doing them, they're pretty old. Alright. Let's think about this. Yeah, because this is more. Well, I mean, I feel like this one works well for that, but let's put you in jail in tier 3. Where do we want Sob? Where do we want Sob? I want Sob to be used somewhere. Yeah, crying is essential. I mean, for one thing, it's going to bias very heavily towards tier 1 because I have 37 tier 1 and 1 tier 2 and 1 tier 3. Let's put these obscure ass ones in tier 1 and tier 3, tier 2 and tier 3. So Death and Sob are two that I feel like should be used more than they are, and I think it's because I put them up too high. Yeah, so Sob was tier 3 and Death was in bits. Should I just put these in one? Or should one of these be in follow, Death or Sob? And yeah, exactly. Well, and it's well, hold on. Let's and let's pull these up here. Okay, so let me count it up. So this will put us at 12 in tier 1. Hello, Lowen. Hello, Lowen. Death might be good for tier 1. Death might be good for follow. So Lowen, Subathon, we got a redeem for not a redeem, a hold on. Let me give Lowen the shout out. Lowen is very clever. Lowen is very clever and cool, and I hope to collab with her again sometime soon. Okay, I'm hearing Death follow. Interesting. Alright, Tohu, please get some rest. Please get some rest. Tohu is quite sick. Please feel better. Thank you. I mean, you did help. So Lowen, what is happening here? What is happening is that one of my Subathon rewards was chat picks emotes. And so we're doing that right now. We are going over. So this is the status of my emotes as they stand today. And this is what we are doing as speculative. This is what we are doing as speculative. New emotes. Not just a reshuffle, but I'm also going to have to calm a whole bunch. I'm going to calm a whole bunch. I don't know if I'm going to calm all of these. I don't know if I'm going to calm all of these. But yes. Well, I mean, if somebody wants to redeem Almantas, you can see the long sock as well. Because they stack. Those things stack. That said, I need to use the bathroom really badly, so I'll just leave it here for a second. Yeah, Lowen, this is one of my favorites. I love this thing. I love this thing. I love this thing. Yep. See, I'm long. We got the long sock. Rinny's referred to this as the thigh high. The thigh high Montas, and I'm like traumatized by this. It's oh Jesus Christ. Okay, so there are fuck. No, that means that Mix can redeem Hydrate. Fuck. Okay, sorry. That's if you can redeem Hydrate, then Emperor's Armpits can certainly redeem Hydrate. Good lord. What a time to be alive. I'm going to leave this up for the moment, but I am going to BRB. I'm going to BRB. Okay, I'm back. Oh. Aziza doesn't understand. Aziza doesn't understand. Aziza, I drink over a liter of water per hour I'm on stream. Hydrate is not for drinking water. That is not what hydrate is for. That is not what the hydrate redeem is for. You may notice that I've gone to the bathroom twice. That's how. It takes a lot more to die of water poisoning. No, I'm just moisturized. I just have nice, smooth, well hydrated skin. I just look youthful. Hold on, let me take a look at it. It's currently enabled, right? So, Aziza, how much? Look at it. Look how much that costs. You think I'm just going to drink water for 99,999 points? Yep. Yeah, I'm sure I can actually drink like way more of that if I wanted to. I used to have end this stream for 100k points, and I thought that was really funny. I thought it was really funny to have hydrate and end the stream at almost the same point. Okay. No, it's going to be like 8 ounces of whiskey is what it's going to be. That's true, Mix. I have actually spent over 100,000 points on Callie's channel on highlight message. It is absolutely not. Aziza, it is absolutely not. That is not chemically true. That is extremely chemically untrue. That's extremely chemically untrue. Whiskey is absolutely not 99% water. It's very emphatically not. It's like 40% alcohol. Come on. Come on. Okay. Okay. Now let's think about this. So, do we think that the most stressful part about this is the followers? Like these three are the most obvious, but love and death we think are good for follower, or do we think that something else belongs in follower? I think you belong over here in bits. Let's think about this. 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is 12 right now. Stress is already in there. It's a toss-up between Sob and Death. I kind of think Sob is the better one, to be honest, Jules. I actually kind of prefer Sobs for it. Sob feels more broadly applicable. I know that me and Space use Sob all the time on the server, whereas Death gets used pretty sparingly. Sob gets used a lot on the server, but not as much outside of it. You go into the bit zone as well. Yeah, I think that this is the way to go for these. And then Broken Sword's so dumb. I'm honestly not super into the keys or the pop. No. Yes, it is, Jules. I don't know if I'm actually going to make that one, but it is very funny. To me. And to you. To me and to you. I don't know if it's worth going any further with it other than that, but I do think it's funny for those purposes. I kind of think that anything that's still down here is not worth stressing myself out about. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay, so even if I don't use any of the ones down here, this is still 15 emotes to calm. So I will have to talk to Fenmore about that, and George Chungus has ideas for who to get to animate them, because Fenmore doesn't really do animated emotes. I like the way Fenmore draws emotes, but Fenmore doesn't really do animated emotes. There's no head pad in here, interestingly. That might wait a minute. Okay. All right. This feels pretty good. Hi, Flora. Hi, Flora. It's more a reverse head pad, if anything, yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like I do the head padding. not the other way around. That's the issue. Am I back to normal? Yes, I'm back to normal. So. This looks good to me. This looks pretty good to me. What, you want me to look older? Well, Broken Sword's basically a freebie from my perspective. I don't think I need to calm that, so that'll go over here. Then, more redneck. I do like the, I do love Nagi's yelling emotes a lot. Stretching out my neck a little bit. But I'm feeling pretty good about our emote status. The question here, now... We've got 2 big questions left here. We need to get the... We need to get the moth made up. Let's clear out the playing field a little bit. And let's clear out these. And... No, go away. Not those. Not those. Transparency? No. Effects? Nope. Where is it? There's some way to add a background. Oh, whatever. Okay. So let's give these a big size here, right? 50. 50. Where are you? Underline. Underline. Okay. So the other ones that I promised that we would talk about are lecture topic ideas and redeem ideas. I want to get back to lecturing. It's been a minute since I did a good lecture on here. So let's close down a little bit more. Let's think about this. So I am going to reprice the redeems I've got currently standing, just in general. Going to tighten, because some of them are a little bit too expensive, frankly. Actually, a lot of them are. A lot of them are too expensive. Even in channel points? Mix is sitting on 120k, which is intimidating. Ugh. All right. Let's think about this. So, lecture ideas. What are the lecture topic ideas? So, the new policies is a classic one. Though I don't think anybody's super interested in that one. I like the new policies. I'd have to narrow it down considerably, Flora, for fashion in history, because that's just like such a huge topic, right? That's like that's like the scale. That's like on the scale of like the concept of swords. I'd have to narrow it down pretty considerably, and I'd probably I could do that. Yeah, I could do that. In general, I could definitely do that. I could absolutely do that. That's sartorial history is absolutely there's a really good thing about like coupon versus fashion society that I think is actually a really good little piece of discussion. I think that's a really good point of discussion. It's a really good like jumping off point. On the bite of 87, I don't know what the bite of 87 is. I don't know what the bite of 87 is. Oh, okay. I honestly, Flora, the majority of things I know about Five Nights at Freddy's are the ways in which the Five Nights at Freddy's as a game funded the Trump campaign. Like, that's the majority of what I know about it at this point. And would be the majority of what I'd be able to talk about. Yeah, I'm sorry. That's the like I've never played Five Nights at Freddy's. All I really know is that the guy who made Five Nights at Freddy's is like a very serious Trump guy. Who contributed a fairly significant amount of his his main political activism is like pro-Trump stuff. Other than that, I don't really know what Five Nights at Freddy's is about or anything like that. Let's see. So sartorial history is a pretty good one. Bright Ages is one I've been thinking about doing for a while anyway. Nobody really cares about the new policies other than me, so that's a dumb one. That's just a dumb one. British and India, which is perhaps the most depressing topic I could choose that isn't literally the Holocaust. Oh, I mean that's one I can talk about for hours at length with very little prep. Is Glorantha, which is not a real pantheon. It's a fictitious one, but I love Glorantha. I might end up doing that anyway, even if we don't select this. Because I am planning on playing King of Dragon Pass in the near future, probably in February. And let's think. Let's think. That's true. I could do Apartheid. Speaking of another incredibly depressing one that I could actually talk about, I don't know enough about Apartheid, but I do know quite enough about the Congo War to fill a lecture. I do enough about the Congo War to fill a lecture. I'm not sure how much I want to focus on military history. Like, it's just because that's like such like a common topic, right? Such like a... I am getting better at military history, but, I could make Lux specifically very happy and do, actually, I could make Lux specifically extremely angry and do a Marxism lecture. I think that would make them extremely unhappy. Let's see, what are some other topics I can talk about? Like, so it does seem like social history is something that people like. It does seem like social history has been more what I'm hearing enthusiasm for, rather than like violent history, which is fine and good because that's new policies is very social history. Bright Ages is very social history. Sartorial fashion history is very social history. Oh, here's the one. Bronze Age and gender is one that I think might actually be that one might actually be a winner. I'm gonna write it down just because I'm going to do it anyway. I'm gonna do that one anyway. Like, it doesn't really matter. Because we got Black History Month coming up, right? So I want to do Du Bois. Like pretty much no matter what. I'm just gonna remove Congo War entirely. Bombahi. Hello. Oh, okay, yeah, like your cav archers. Yeah, Vivinka, I actually really like the Bronze Age a lot. One of my favorite books is Life and Society in the Hittite Empire by Trevor Bryce. And I've spent a shocking amount of time studying Bronze Age economic policies. So I would not mind doing functionally a book report on And Forgive Them Their Debts, which is 900 pages about debt relief in ancient Sumeria. It is an extraordinarily dense book that I adore. Chinese history, well, actually, the new policies is Chinese history. The new policies, just to give like a preview of what the hell the new policies are, the new policies are Song Dynasty era policies, where that were put in by Wang Anshe. My Chinese history knowledge is reasonably good. To be honest, it's gotten a lot weaker over the years because I'm forgetful. I've forgotten a lot about it. It might come back to me if I try to study it. If I like put in like concerted studying effort, it might come back to me. So like I might be able to do something on like currency debasements in the Han Dynasty. Obviously, like I said, like Wang Anshe. Emperor Wanle has become an object of fascination to me in the last 2 or 3 years. I've really become pretty fascinated with Emperor Wanle. I think he's pretty neat, Ming Wanle. I tend to focus mostly on the Song tends to be my favorite. Could also do could do Mongol Genghis's Sons is actually super cool. Genghis's Sons is super duper cool. Let's make this a little bit smaller. Honestly, the Ming Dynasty is underrated. And yeah, Babinka Bear, if I want to talk about ancient religion, I might pull you in instead of doing it myself. I am much less about religion. You might be interested, though, in how the Hittite religion works, Babinka Bear, because the Hittites had, like... The Hittites' way of... The Hittite pantheon is, like, absurdly overcomplicated. Absurdly, hideously overcomplicated. Like, they just kept on piling on new gods incessantly. It was kind of like a display of like competence and conquest to just incorporate new gods into their pantheon. So like thousands of gods, like an absolute mess. Yeah, I will say that, like, if it's, like, 20th century, I'm almost always going to be weak. Oh my goodness, oh my goodness, oh my goodness, oh my goodness, welcome in, Raiders, welcome in, Raiders. What were you doing? What were you doing, Diamantes? What were you doing? What were you doing? Rosy Tails, thank you for the follow. Diamantes, thank you for the raid. For the Raiders, oh my goodness! It's so wonderful to have you all here. It's 14 will give you your life back. Were you? Hold on, I'm trying to remember like what my social networks look like. Isaac at this, thank you for the follow, and Dark Zelda, thank you for the follow. I'm trying to remember what my social networks look like. Are you in the same group with Rinnies? I'm trying to remember what this all looks like. Exalted Emily, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. So yes, Gwaine T, welcome in. Vinius, welcome in. Good to see you, Dark Zelda. Isaac at this, hello. Igner, good to meet you. Rosy Tails, good to see you. Yeah, okay, yeah, Rinnies and Arya. Yes. Yes. Who drags us fishing? Yeah. Oh, Gwaine T and Vinius, thank you for the follows. It's very kind of all of you. I haven't played 14 in a long time. My 14 account is very lapsed. But when I did play Final Fantasy 14, I played a Lalafell warrior. Because I have this stance from way back when that tanks you should be able to see over your tank. So I always prefer playing small tanks. I played a Goblin Death Knight when I played World of Warcraft, but I have not played 14 in a long time. And I thought it was playing super short. I actually played the minimum heights Lalafell. Correct mix. Actually, Flora, you specifically would find my the way I played my Lalafell to be extremely funny. I had a really goofy name, and in RP moments, I would just say my name over and over again. I had a costume that was just white gloves and the traffic cone hat. I remember more than one person saying, "This little dude is stressing me out," which I always liked a lot. Thank you for the small. Thank you for the small, Jules. But yes. I am Almantas, former professor, current VTuber, old man who loves old things, and yeah, you've dwarf coded me. And I am. So this is a bit of a minor special event. What has happened is that in November I had a subathon. October and November, a very long subathon, and one of the rewards for the subathon. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Let me pull it up. Okay, yep. This was the subathon progress. And as you can see, we got quite far. And so today, we are doing the Subathon rewards for 30, 75, 150, and 250. So we're knocking out a bunch of them all at once in one go. Because I wanted to get a bunch of people here. I wanted to make sure that people had some prior warning, and I want to do it close to New Year's. So that it would be part of my New Year's strategizing. Which reminds me, I forgot to do something. I forgot to do something at the up top. Which is much more for hold up, where is it? Sociology. So for my regulars, this is more for my regulars. Man. Sociologist. If you haven't filled this out and you're one of my regulars, I would really appreciate it. I mean, if you're not one of my regulars, you can also fill it out, but that would be weird. But yes, so we have done. So we are knocking through these at some pace, and this is one that I was very excited for because I like viewer feedback. I like learning from my viewers. We've already looked at emotes. So we had this long, lengthy discussion. We had this long, lengthy discussion, and it looks like we've got some of these emotes I already have, obviously, but a bunch of these I'm going to commission. I'm going to have to talk to my emote artist, Fen Moore, after stream. I really should have warned them that I was doing this. Really should have given them the heads up. But I don't like to count my chickens before they're hatched. But also, I'm sorry, I'm being very rude. I'm sure that you're aware of this, DK Diamantes. If you need to raid and run. You absolutely do not need. I know that we tend to end our streams when we're feeling pretty tired, when we're feeling pretty hungry. So I assume that you've already booked it if you needed to, but if you were waiting for permission, this is your permission. This is your permission. So, yeah, exactly. Poor Fenmore. They do really cute cosplay, Laura. I think you'd appreciate. But yes. So we've got some lecture topics in mind. I think I should also clarify, in case anybody was remotely confused on this. I used to be a professor of sociology. This is not like a bit. I taught sociology to college students. Like that was my job. That was what I was trained for years, and I left it some time ago, and now I am a VTuber. I was annoying professionally is probably a better way to put it. I was an annoying yapper professionally, and now I'm an annoying yapper professionally once again. And so we're looking at these, and a couple of these are historical events. I have a pretty good background in colonialism. I did a bunch of lectures in this last spring mostly on colonialism. They're up on my YouTube channel. The big ones being the conquest of the New World. I did a 3-part series on the conquest of Mexico by the Spanish. And I also did some lectures on what was it like to be a sociologist, on things I learned when I did job recruiting and HR. So it was I haven't done a lecture in a while. I haven't done a lecture in a minute. And I miss it. They require a lot of prep, is like the biggest thing. They require a lot of prep, and they've been competing with my book club, is a lot of what has slowed me down on those. So yes, let me hide that. Oh wait, hold on, I didn't hide that for us to look at the, this is what the emotes look like. I'm sorry, I talked about that and then I didn't show you. So, this is what we're looking at doing. I was a social scientist, unfortunately. I was a sociologist, not generally considered a humanities. I do have a humanities on. I don't have the education I did. I was very stupid. I have degrees in history, chemistry, sociology, and anthropology. Don't do this. Don't do this. This is stupid. There are much better ways to get an education. In fact, there might not be worse ways to get an education. Almost any random thing you do with your education is going to be wiser than what I did. Let's get down to business. So it's looking... That's a great question, Flora. That's much smarter, Exalted Emily. That's much smarter. This one might be good. This one might be the way to go. Again, this is a chat pick. So you guys have input on this one. So of these topics, Glorantha lore is almost certainly going to get done regardless of what anybody says. So I might knock that one out just because it doesn't count. Just because, like, I'm going to do it anyway. Bronze Age and gender is the one that feels the best to me. You want your fashion lecture? I will say, Flora, I might not be the most knowledgeable. I can certainly do some research, and I will probably narrow it down to something specific. To a very specific period. Like I might do. Actually, I'll mix. I'll give the preview. I'll give the preview on Bronze Age and gender that I think is one of the coolest things in the world. So this is one of my coolest history stories. You're getting a freebie cool history story, which is Hittites law about homosexuality. So Hittites. The Hittites were a Bronze Age empire. The Hittites were a Bronze Age empire. They were contemporaneous with ancient Egypt, with ancient Babylon, with the Mycenaeans, and they were in Anatolia. The Hattusa is the city that they take their name, the Hittites, from their capital, Hattusa, which is in central Anatolia, central Turkey, modern Turkey. And they're this big deal empire. They destroyed the Mitanni, is kind of like what they kind of got a little bit famous for. And they have this empire, and so you've got an emperor, and then you have client kings underneath it. You've got client kings and client princes in a hierarchy underneath the empire. And Hittite law is kind of interesting in that, in general, the local law supersedes the imperial law by default. So Hittite law rarely has the death penalty. Most people who get executed in the Hittite Empire are executed under local law. In fact, the Hittites are in general very hesitant to use the death penalty, and it appears to be, we're not sure. We don't know a lot about the underlying legal philosophy. We just know the laws themselves. We don't know the justifications for those laws. One of the speculation is that killing somebody even as an execution is bad luck, and like polluting to the entire area. So you would more do you would prefer to do exile rather than execution, if at all possible. And so executions are rare. And again, local law generally supersedes imperial law. A huge exception to this, is in the case of sexual law. The Hittites are really, really strict about sexuality law. And so one of the cases where this becomes a big deal is incest. The Hittites are extremely anti-incest. It is one of the few things that they have the death penalty for, and we have letters from the Hittite emperor to client kings, because in Western Anatolia, the Lawani people and stuff like that in Western Anatolia, did practice incest for the royal families, like sibling marriage for kings. And the Hittites are we have letters from Hittite emperors threatening to kill their own client kings, which is the sort of thing that causes a civil war. Yeah, Babinka Bear, I've always enjoyed that. That's the one thing the Ptolemies did. The Ptolemies never bothered to learn Egyptian until the last one, and then, but they did get into incest really hard. The Ptolemies were like, oh yeah, we'll marry our sisters. That's the one thing we'll do to acculturate ourselves to Egypt, to being the rulers of Egypt, is we'll take on that incest thing. But so the Hittites are extremely anti-incest, really strong, really hard line about it, and really hard line about other forms of sexuality. Really, really hard line about other parts of sexual law. So one of the most confusing things in all of Hittite law, perhaps the most confusing thing in any legal code I've ever seen, is that the Hittites have different penalty structures for bestiality depending on which animal you have sex with. So there's a death penalty if you commit bestiality with a pig or a goat or a sheep or a dog, but there is not a death penalty for mules or horses. It's still a severe crime. But they have a carve-out for mules and horses. And before you ask me why, I don't know. Nobody knows. It is a total mystery. We have no surviving legal philosophy from the Hittites. We don't have anybody in all of our records from the Hittite Empire that writes any justification for why horses are a lesser form of crime, we have speculations. Well, the big speculation's mixed. There are two big speculations. The biggest one is class. That's the biggest speculation, is that because horses are a higher class animal, that poor people are less likely to have access to in general, that is much more likely to be a crime committed by the rich, which has a linked hypothesis, which is that horses have a kind of interesting place of being more pure and closer to humanity than other animals in a lot of the religious mythology of surrounding religions. But this is all speculative. And I am saying all of this. I'm saying all this stuff about incest and having sex with horses, all is preamble to... All of this is preamble to what did the Hittite law say about homosexuality? Knowing everything that I've told you here, that the Hittites who don't execute for stuff like blasphemy, they don't execute for blasphemy, they don't execute for most forms of treason, they don't execute for murder. This is a society that does not have a death penalty for murder. But it does have a death penalty for having sex with your sister. It does have a death penalty for having sex with a dog. What do you think their stance on homosexuality is? That's correct. That is correct, class. You answered the question correctly. They don't say anything. The Hittite laws are all this Hittite law around sexuality. No mention of gender. No mention of gender. Doesn't come up. Doesn't come up. They don't give a shit. It doesn't come up at all. So Babinka, this is one of those things that's kind of interesting about having studied the Sumerians and the Hittites. Is that the Sumerians and the Hittites by default don't mention like anything about gender? Like just in general. Like in Sumerian law, you can adopt a woman as your son, and like it just like causes no legal problems at all. There's just no. It's actually fairly common, in fact, in a lot of Sumerian laws. Oh yeah. You cannot be a wizard. A specific type. There's specific types of wizards, and it depends a lot. Again, this is different cultures, right? The Hittites. Remember that the Hittites were not talking about a singular culture. We're talking about an imperial bureaucracy that is ruling over half a dozen or more cultures, if not more. You know, possibly dozens of cultures. And I mentioned this for Babinka Bears in specific because the Egyptians are different. The Egyptians are very concerned with gender. At least in the concept, I'm less knowledgeable about the Egyptians, but the Egyptians do have a thing about kingship, and kingship is very specifically is very specifically masculine. And so, like one of those things about Hatshepsut, the famous female king of Egypt, is that Hatshepsut's they criminalized referring to Hatshepsut as a woman during her reign. And statues of Hatshepsut become increasingly masculinized over the course of her reign. Yeah, so the Egyptians care a lot more about gender and sexuality. The understanding I have of it with the case of the Sumerians, we don't really know, because this is one of those things in general. It's not just that the Bronze Age collapse wipes out a ton of sources, it's also just the stuff that we have written in Akkadian and Sumerian tends to be pretty much it tends to be really practical. They don't tend to get into a lot of philosophy. It doesn't tend to be very philosophical writing. It doesn't tend to explain a lot of why. It's just kind of like this is what we're doing. It tends to be pretty straightforward. Like, this is what we're gonna do, or this is what happened. It doesn't tend to be a lot of like, this is what happened and it makes sense because of X, Y, and Z thing. It's just like, no, this is what happened, and it's a lot less justification, and so it becomes a lot harder to tell like what the motivations and thought processes were. And so in the case of Sumeria, it appears that a non-trivial matter is that the Sumerian, and for that matter, the Hittite kings were ruling over a large variety of subcultures, and they just kind of decided that policing gender was too much work. That's how it kind of looks to me, is that, like, so many, you would have, like, a different definition of man and a different definition of woman every 20 miles, and you just kind of throw up your hands and go, fuck it. Yeah, and mix, I mean, maybe that it's possible it's because of, like, the public rather than administrative. I think a lot of it has to do with genre. I think a lot of it has to do with the genre of writing and such that these were coming from, which is that the writings that we have kind of start as receipts. In the Sumerian writing tradition starts as receipts and trade deals. Yeah, you did. You did. You missed the discussion of horse sex. And so yeah, so I think the fact that, like, it starts with sales receipts and it's is like a significant factor. I live for tormenting you, Mura. I'm sorry. It's too much fun. It's too much fun. I mean, Babinka Bear is much more on the theology side than I am. I tend to be weak on theology, to be honest. I tend to be very weak on theology. I tend to be much more interested in, like, administration, and love you too, Mura. I tend to be much more interested in administration and legal reforms and bureaucracy and stuff like that. What a surprise! What a surprise! A sociologist is interested in bureaucratic reforms, and incentive structures and economics. So I think that Bronze Age and Gender is going to be the winner. And actually, you know what? Bronze Age and Gender. Actually, no. This one's good. This one's good. We're going with Bronze Age and Gender. That's the winner. The cause of religion. Ah, I see. You got the new atheism bug. Yep, you got the new atheism bug, and you need it. You couldn't just roll with it. You had to dig into it. You had to dig into it deeply. I think that I have a similar emotional sense as you, Mix, and my solution was much more crude, which was to just dislike fewer things. I think that's what my solution was to just chill out and be more okay with more different things. Because it was just too much stress and work. So we have not populated new redeem ideas at all. We have not populated the new redeem ideas at all. I have some in my back pockets. some of which are probably too difficult, and so, folks, what are some redeems that you would like to do that you have not been able to do? That's the big one. What are some things that you would like to do that you have not been able to do? To me or with me? I will let you guys think about that for a moment because I need to use the bathroom again. Like, what? Now that I've started going on, Tangia Crunchy Cats. What does that mean? Yeah, there is like there is a cap on disruptiveness. There is a cap on disruptiveness, just because like, it is worth saying that some of the ones that are really disruptive, like the right this redeem is very disruptive. I just disable it on streams where it's inappropriate, which I think I might have not disabled this time. I should disable it this time. Yeah, I'm gonna let me pause that. Let me disable that one for now. But you know, book recommendations very disruptive, but that's just fine. I like to roll with it. Workouts very disruptive. Yeah, I don't. We're sound redeems are going to be very minimal. If anything, sound redeems I have to keep at a minimum because people fall asleep to my streams, right? People sleep to my streams. I don't mind some amount of disruption, but it needs to not be something that would wake somebody up. That's the biggest limitation. Is that it needs to be something that would not wake people up. But I will put up the fan art for a moment. Let me use the restroom, and I'll be back. And I'm back. And I'm back. Okay, first of all, I'm just going to... First of all, hello, Wande. Good morning, Wande. But yeah, Mix, you basically hit the nail on the head. You've hit the nail on the head, which is, you've hit the nail on the head. That shoujo one's such a good idea, though. Which is, I do have a fair number of, like, model modification redeems and stream modification redeems, like Flip the Lights, that are pretty low disruption, but that people enjoy. If it's just objects in VTS, those are actually really easy. Those are actually really, really easy, from my perspective. If they don't involve me getting new assets. There are some assets that wouldn't even be hard for me to get, because there's a lot of free assets available, but in general, they're not super hard. Yeah, like that. Like that. Yeah, we were in dark mode. We were in dark mode up until that moment. So... Yeah, it would be a tome. Literally not morning Wande. Just literally not morning. I don't know what to tell you, man. To whenever I wake up. Yeah, I don't currently have tits enabled because I didn't figure that people would care that much about throwing things at me. I do like the shoujo filter. I do like the shoujo filter a lot, though. The shoujo filter's really good. Yeah, I'm not super worried about it. That one's actually pretty low priority, I would say. I do wonder, yeah, shoujo might just win. Like, you might have just knocked it out of the park. That might have just been a headshot moment there. Yeah, I haven't played around with doing filter-based redeems at all. I mean, the person who's the filter redeems guy is Shindigs. And I haven't taken advantage at all of the fact that I've been following Shindigs for a million years. And watching his stuff a lot. I might want to revisit my redeems and just generally try to make them a little bit simpler. Oh yeah, hold on. This one I might just do anyway, even if it's not like a big new one. This is something that VV has that I think is probably a nice one to have. We do have present, which is functionally the quiet hello. But the goodbye quiet is probably a good idea. Is probably a good idea. Oh, that might be possible. That might be possible. I don't know enough because I am a moron who has paid other people to do all of it for me. I should watch I feel like it was more destructive. Yeah, I definitely am going to keep any sound effects pretty low. I don't know. I feel I don't know. I'm kind of inclined against those. Sweater RGB is pretty funny. Sweater RGB is pretty funny, especially if I do it with like the wrong colors, I think. If instead of it being like the gamer RGB, it's like the level of color saturation that you can achieve with like early 20th century clothing. I think that would be pretty funny. So I actually like that. I actually like that one quite a bit. Yeah, Mix, you're cooking. You're cooking, Mix. Yeah, exactly. I think Mix is cooking. That might cause me to kill the flip the lights filter. Just like make just to make them a little bit simpler. And I mean, it is interesting, right? Like I'm often watching you, Bibinka, at the same time that I'm watching Rini's. And there's definitely like a difference in, like, well, the two of you both have very calm streams, but you also do have like a whole like mini game thing going on with the little like mini chatters, which I don't do because this is a classroom and we're all hanging out here. Yeah, I think there's a sweet spot that everybody will find. Yeah, the shoujo filter and the sweater RGB are really good ones. The sweater RGB I'm going to have to put some work into. I'll also put some research into. Because the sweater is so white, that shouldn't be too bad. Alternatively, could be the hair. Could do the hair. Well, I've been careful with my audio to make the audio alerts that do come up be pretty non-disruptive. I've been pretty careful about that one. That one might not work. No, I was saying, Matthew, I was saying that doing the RGB but on my hair. That's true. I do definitely have the stock sound for a bunch of different water splashes because I've got the entire Adobe library. That's a pro tip for you streamers out there, that the Adobe has an entire audio library of sound effects that are free to use even for commercial purposes. My bell sound effect for when people follow me is from that sound library. I used to use their thunder crash for when I got raided, but then people complained that it was waking them up. So that's like been a big lesson for me. In like people didn't like that one. It was not good. The people who are here for the ASMR, for the old man ASMR, Bob Rostro. I used to have that in real life. Bob Montas. That might be doable. That's a pretty good one. Mascot peak. Yeah, shoujo filter. The shoujo filter's cooking. That one's phenomenal. I love that one. I adore that one. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. That said, this might actually be good. I've got a couple of ideas that are harder to execute on, so I'm not even mentioning them, because I don't even know how to execute them. Yeah, mascot peak, mascot pat. This is my N,000th reminder to get that mascot commission. You know what? No matter what happens, okay, that's number one goal for tonight. Commission the mascot. Number one goal for the night. But yeah, That's a good point, Mix. That's a good point. That's a good point. And several of my redeems have had the exact opposite effect, where they've been like more demanding on people, where they like actually kind of discourage people who feel overwhelmed easily. Because I just like put, it's like I have like made too much for them. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. That's okay. All right, all right. Actually, yeah, I mean, that's the reason why I've got like the flip the lights one. That one I think was pretty good for that purpose. People do love the small and the tall. No, it's good mix. It's good mix. I mean, Isaac, the reason why I don't really have those is because I'm thank you very much for the sock Wande. It's because I am very hydrated. As you can see from me having had to take multiple bathroom breaks. I am very hydrated, and I have an exercise one because like I actually work out a lot. I want to, if I'm going, I am stretching constantly. If I'm going to do a stretch break, it's going to be to like do an actual yoga pose for a few minutes. Yeah, that's true. They could be refined a bit. They could be refined a bit. I think. Yeah, workout time is functionally my stretch. It's just a bigger one. I think that most of those would be fine. The sunglasses. So the reason why I haven't done the head pad is for what Flara said, which is your dad is not head paddable. That's the big one. Yeah, that is correct, Mix. That is correct. Yeah, no, me and Mix have actually been discussing things a lot behind the scenes. Ooh, that's true. That's true. That's true. That's true. There's also Chat Pat. Personally, I've always really liked the way that Berrybug does head pat. I love Berrybug's head pat. But I don't know how you do it. I just genuinely don't understand like what the background of it is. Berrybug's version of head pat is that when you head pat, the head pat animation plays on a random part of the screen. It's called pin the head pat on the berry. But Barry is also like the most little sister coded person on all of Twitch. So like very different vibes from me. Very, very different vibes from me. I am Twitch's uncle. Oh my god, she's so little sister coded. Like I have this general theory about streamers that we are all kind of doing like you kind of are doing like a family role. You're kind of like doing a role in people's lives. Yeah, Grunkle. I'm Grunkle Mantis. Grunkle Man. Grunkle Al. Ooh, yeah, that's true. I mean, that might not be too disruptive if I use the right sound effect. If I have it balanced correctly, that shouldn't actually be a problem. And that's easy to. The sound is easy to set up. The sound is easy to set up. It's just a matter of going through a sound library and finding something that I like. Oh, I see John Ken Poem is now playing Outer Wilds. This is the problem with having too much shit open, that I get distracted by all the alerts. I do think the shoujo filter is like a real winner. That one's incredible. That one is special. I do think high and by quiet I'm going to have to add. That's really simple. That's simple, that's beautiful. Objects, Emily, I played Outer Wilds a few months ago, and Echoes of the Eye. EG did a fan art of me as if I were a Nomai, which I thought was really lovely. And we even did an entire like 6-hour bonus discussion about Outer Wilds. I love Outer Wilds. One of my top games. One of my top games. No, you're not disrupting at all. You're not disrupting at all. You're participating. You're participating. Speaking of which, I'm going to shut down some of the redeems. That just reminds me that I need to set it up so that the hydrate redeem automatically shuts down after 4 hours. After 3 or 4 hours, because I don't want to do that one. And if I'm going to do that one, it should be early in the stream, not late in the stream. No, these are really good. These are really good. I am pretty pleased with these. I am pretty pleased with these. Shoujo filter is definitely the winner. Shoujo filter is definitely the winner. I might have to consult Shindigs, who I've never actually talked to, or just read Shindig's stuff for figuring out how to do that properly. Meika seems like she would also know a good way to do that. Meika's pretty good with redeems, with filters. I think it might just be possible to do without a lot of difficulty just with the default effects available in OBS. Nagi is also a good one. Matthew, everybody loves Outer Wilds. Everybody loves Outer Wilds. Like it's one of Bodega Rat's top 5 games of all time. Like it's if people here haven't played Outer Wilds soundtrack is so good that one of the best parties of my life was we played the Outer Wilds vinyl and smoked weed. And that's it. Yeah, it's a staggeringly good I don't quite know where I haven't done my rankings on games for a long time. I haven't done my rankings on games for a long time. I used to have a clear sense of my game rankings, and I don't anymore. I don't anymore. My top 3 used to be King of Dragon Pass, Undertale, and Digital A Love Story. But like I don't quite know where to put things now. Especially because this year I played some bangers. Signalis might be up there. Signalis might be up there. Mouthwashing's probably pretty high. Yeah. I have not gotten far in Disco. I have not gotten far in Disco Elysium. I'm pretty like I actually kind of don't tend to like RPGs very much. If your RPG has more mechanics than Pentiment, it's like a significant. It's like -2 points immediately from me. I'm not about that life. I guess I don't know. You have a skill tree in it. You have a skill tree in it. It's less of a visual novel than Mouthwashing. Mouthwashing is very much a visual novel. Mouthwashing is just a 3-dimensional visual novel, and Mouthwashing rules. I still need to play What Remains of Edith Finch. That's probably going to be on stream one of these days. That's going to be on stream one of these days. Oh. This feels good. This feels good. I need to I need to revise this. Just to mark down which ones have been completed. Just to mark down which ones have been completed. Because the dumplings has been done. We have now done the emotes, redeems, emote tiers, and lecture topic. And the rating stream has been done, and as you can see, the model has been done. I haven't done the bad fiction, the spicy ramen, the long calligraphy, or the knitting, or the Dark Souls, or the cooking. So when I say it out loud like that, I'm like halfway through. Cooking is partially set up. Knitting is partially set up. Long calligraphy is just a matter of doing it. Oh. Am I back? I'm back. There we go. So yeah, I will need to revisit. So we're like halfway through the subathon goals, which is good because I'm planning on doing another big event in February. I'm planning on doing another event in February. So I would like to make sure that I get through all of these things by then. Right? I'd like to have all these done by then. And so I do need to play. I've actually never played Shadow of the Colossus. It came out like after I stopped particularly like buying console games. I think that I think that it is about time for me to call it. My throat's getting a little bit sore. So we are going to raid out to one of my favorite people on all of Twitch. It is her birthday. It is her birthday. It is her birthday, so there's a raid message. There's a raid message. If you would like to go to my Discord, there is my Discord. I mostly post on Blue Sky. Oh yes, let's do some schedule review. This is why I'm glad I didn't do that. Let's do some schedule review. Tomorrow I will be with Duquesne will be here. Duquesne will be here because I played a bunch of Slay the Princess recently on stream. Those were some of my favorite streams of all time. Slay the Princess was my favorite game I played this last year, and this was a strong year. You can ask anybody who's watched me a lot. I played a lot of really strong games this year. Slay the Princess was my actual favorite. Slay the Princess is insane. Slay the Princess was so good. And so I will be discussing Slay the Princess with him tomorrow on the stream. I love Slay the Princess. I love Slay the Princess. I haven't gotten around to Home Safety Hotline yet. I've been avoiding spoilers for it. I watched Grimmy play it for about half an hour, which is as much as I will tolerate for watching other people play games that I'm planning on playing. Which is still more than I did for mouthwashing, where I watched about 30 seconds of mouthwashing, and I asked Ronan about it, and Ronan said, "Get the fuck out of here." Ronan was just, "Get out of here. Get out." Which was pretty funny. But yes, it is, so, people, grab the raid message. We are going to raid Olivia. Olivia is one of my favorite streamers of all time. Olivia is insane. I love Olivia. She's so good. She is so good. This is going to be a huge energy change, people. This is going to be a very big energy change, so a heads up on that. She is not a particularly calm streamer at all. Yes, I love Olivia. I love Ollie. So be aware that we are walking into, we are walking into very high energy. So be aware of that. But it is her birthday. It is her birthday stream, and she's been going for like 9 hours. So we're going to say hi to her out of adoration. Thank you all for being here. Have a lovely, lovely evening, and I will see you all tomorrow. Goodbye.